where she grew up, and she went to Clifton, New Jersey, where she finished her college days in Binghamton, New York, English major. So after finishing her college, just like so many people in America at those days, 1960, she called herself educated bum. She left her family, who runs some financial business, not interested in those activities, went to Europe, traveled all over the place, and went to Middle East, lived in kibbutz in Israel for a while. To survive, she sell her own blood to make some money, to travel further to Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and end up in Kathmandu. In Kathmandu, she was teaching English in American consulate, and also came across two ex-sannyasis, Devananda and Rishikeshananda Maharaj. So they would talk about Krishna consciousness and Srila Prabhupada, and she was attracted to the philosophy and never met Srila Prabhupada nor read any books. And because she was very sincere, those ex-sannyasi told her to go to Mayapur and meet Srila Prabhupada. So she took their word very seriously, and she met some other hippies who also became devotee, and she traveled with Mother Savita, Mahadev, and few others in top of the train, and all the way to Calcutta and Mayapur. And within weeks, she has no understanding of anything. By the grace of spiritual master mercy, everything is possible, and she become initiated by Prabhupada in 1 week. And Prabhupada knew everything because she came from the mountain, although he didn't know that she came from the mountain. Prabhupada gave the name Parvati. Of course, we all think that Prabhupada doesn't know anything, but Prabhupada knew everything. So, by the grace of Krishna, one can get wonderful spiritual master like Srila Prabhupada. So she got initiation in Mayapur, and immediately she went to England and served Radha Gokulananda and London Ishvara for a little time. And from there, she was sent to Kenya, where she worked with Brahmananda Swami as a secretary, and also she would go with her pickup truck and drive all around the town, visit different Indian life members and get boga for the temple, and then she would cook along with many other Vaishnava those days, like Dinanath Prabhu, Riksharaj, Jagat Guru, and so many different devotees. And primarily she was secretary to Brahmananda. And after a few months, Srila Prabhupada came to Kenya, where she got Brahman initiated by Srila Prabhupada, along with Ambarish Prabhu. And if you guys don't know who's Ambarish Prabhu, Ambarish is great-grandson of Alfred Ford, who was the original car maker. So she got initiated, and then she served there for a few years. Then she came to Bombay, where she became secretary to Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and also worked with me in BBT, where we met, and we got married. Rest is history, as they say. So we have beautiful children, Radhika and Kamala, and both of them, right, both of them raised by Parvati Mataji, who is very, very strict make sure they never leave the house without tilak. She always chastised us, even at the end. Always make sure that I have tilak and dress properly, go to the temple and attend all the programs and be Krishna conscious. So after many years serving Prabhupada Samadhi, she was very attached to Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi and wanted to finish Srila Prabhupada museum. She prolonged her life only because she wanted to write more books for children and also complete her program with Prabhupada Samadhi. She has no interest in anything else while she was in Vrindavan. I would come and tell her about some financial matters or tax or anything less. She cared less about any of those information. She only interested in the time she couldn't come to the temple, she would open up the laptop and attend Mangala Arati. When the Arati would come, she would go like that in the laptop. And if the program is not broadcasted, she would call Udabandhu and chastise them very severely at 5 o'clock in the morning why there is no program. And she would listen to Srimad Bhagavatam every day. Even in the hospital, Mahadevi was witnessing 3 weeks ago, we thought she's going to pass away that night. All of a sudden, she woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, took away her oxygen mask, and said, "Who's giving the class today?" And then we immediately put the class, and Nagaraj Prabhu happened to be giving the class, and she could recognize as, oh, it's Nagaraj. So even though she was not conscious, but she's always very sincere and serving Srila Prabhupada. So I'm always very grateful that I married to her, because I remember one time I having darshan with Srila Prabhupada long time ago, 43 whatever years ago. And there was one light member, his name was Hare Krishna Das. He would come every day and take care of our garden. We used to have a small garden there. We call Gandhi garden or whatever it is. And mostly was chopping lots of plants or whatever and watering. And him and his wife came to see Srila Prabhupada, and all of a sudden, there's only a few people, maybe 10 people, and his wife told Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, please give my husband sannyas, and please you take him all over the world, preach Krishna conscious. And Prabhupada quoted some sastra, and he say, Patnidhan, Santanadhan, and Sanatan dhan. He said the best thing a man can have is the best wife, then the son, then the wealth. So I'm very fortunate that I married up to Parvati. She always guided us in Krishna consciousness. Even the time I had no hope, I was clinging on to her sari, hoping that someday by serving her, I will have some benefit serving Krishna and Balaram. After so many years, the last 3 years, I came here to serve the deities and take care of her health. And I'm very proud of my 2 girls. The last days, they were serving day and night, and we were very fortunate and see first-handed that how Srila Prabhupada changed all of us. And it is very important to remember not just Parvati today, it is more important that we remember Srila Prabhupada every day. Without Srila Prabhupada, none of us would be able to go back to home, back to Godhead. Krishna promised Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada promised us that if we behave ourselves, and He will come and take us. And I'm sure you're going to read one of the Giriraj Swami tribute, and he mentioned in that tribute very nicely, which I'd never heard before, anybody who die in Raman Reti, Krishna Balaram stopped playing, and he would come and take those devotees with them. So it's very nice that we all have a fortune to stay here where Krishna and Balaram played. Sometimes we forget. We only think how dirty this place or how terrible the noise is, how bad the traffic is. In spite of all the things, we should remember this is the place where Krishna and Balaram played. Although there's so many concrete and so many buildings, but we should remember the good thing how Krishna and Balaram and cowherd boys played here, where we have fortune to live in this holy dham. So in this wonderful occasion, I want to finish and complete. Again, today is the day to not just remember Parvati, remember Srila Prabhupada, who gave us this knowledge. Because of his teaching and his knowledge, we able to go back to him, back to Godhead. Hare Krishna.
Remembrance from Sannyasis, Guru, GBC, and I would like to start from His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami. Then it will be followed by His Holiness Giriraj Swami, and then by His Holiness Kalichandra Swami. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami says, she became a devotee in Kathmandu and was initiated by Srila Prabhupada in Mayapur in 1974. Her devotional life was dedicated to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. She served in Kenya for some time. She would regularly approach Indian businessmen to help support the Nairobi temple. She moved to Juhu before the grand opening in January 1978. She was part of the team that worked to organize the opening. She was always very responsible and hardworking. She also served as my secretary for a few years in Mumbai. She moved to Vrindavan around 1986. She was very attached to her service in the Samadhi. She wanted to make sure the Samadhi fund would only be used to take care of the Samadhi. She would regularly organize fundraising for the Samadhi. She also wanted the Samadhi area to be used exclusively to present Srila Prabhupada's Leela. She was bold in presenting her views on different topics to the VEB and, if necessary, the GBC body. She would do her homework thoroughly before presenting her points. She was respected by the ISKCON leadership. In Vrindavan, she was active in many areas. She organized the evening Gita class for many years. She also published the Krishna book for children. Parvati had health problems for quite some time. She was hospitalized on several occasions. However, the health challenges did not stop her from serving Srila Prabhupada and Krishna Balaram. I had a fortune of visiting her in the Nayati Hospital in Mathura 2 weeks ago. Even though her health condition was serious, she was joking and talking as if she had a healthy body. She was also very popular in Vrindavan with the local population. She will be remembered as a dedicated daughter of Srila Prabhupada. She will be missed by the worldwide Vaishnava community. Your servant, Gopal Krishna Goswami. This is from His Holiness Giriraj Swami. My dear Parvati Devi, please accept my humble, respectful obeisances. All glories to our eternal spiritual master and savior, Srila Prabhupada. Now you have left us on Mohini Ekadasi in Vrindavan, and we are feeling your separation. But as Srila Prabhupada said, when a Vaishnava leaves, we feel both happy and sad. Happy because we know that they are going to serve Krishna. But sad because we will miss their association. You led a glorious life in service to His divine grace, as I witnessed firsthand in Juhu and later in Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada said, Bombay is my office, and you help keep his office running smoothly and progressively. He also said, Vrindavan is my home, and it is so quite literally even now, because he is in his Samadhi there. And you have rendered steadfast, intimate service to him by caring for and developing his Samadhi and its environs. Further, you maintained the service of organizing the daily Bhagavad-Gita classes in his house, which ensure regular, pure philosophical Krishna Katha. And you were kind enough to ask me to speak there too. After you left, I was touched by the tremendous outpouring of grief and appreciation for you on social media. You were so humble, staunch, sincere, and selfless in your service to Srila Prabhupada that all his followers have deep feelings for you. And as Vaisheshika Prabhu said, the world will not be the same without you. Fortunately, you have left behind your faithful husband and godbrother Prasanatma, and your beautiful daughters Kamala and Radhika Priya to maintain your legacy. My dear Parvati, what can I say? I miss you so much, and I yearn to join you with Srila Prabhupada whenever he calls me, after I have done for him here what he wishes. At a deity welcoming program at the Bhaktivedanta Hospice, a devotee said, quote, I read that this place, Raman Reti, is where Krishna and Balaram play and frolic and have fun. And I read a most reassuring and enlivening statement that when somebody quits their body in this Raman Reti area, Krishna and Balaram leave their play and come running to embrace that soul who has left his body here. Unquote. Certainly, Srila Prabhupada has welcomed you with open arms. And wherever he is, there are Krishna Balaram and Radha Shama Sundar and all their friends and associates. Whenever I chant before my Srila Prabhupada deity and think of you, I hear him say, Parvati is very dear to me. I have called her to join me. Hare Krishna, your aspiring eternal servant, Giriraj Swami. From Kabichandra Swami here. I have and admired Parvati Devi Dasi since 1978 in Juhu. Vrindavan will not be the same without her. She was so fixed in keeping the evening Bhagavad-Gita class going. Sometimes she should favor particular slokas and have different speakers go over them. And she always attended the class. We have to thank her for maintaining Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi Mandir. She was into details of the construction and repairs as well as keeping it as a preaching tool. She imbibed all good feminine qualities. I never saw any lust or envy in her. She raised her daughters very nicely and was always a chaste wife. I think we need many devotees to carry on her work in Vrindavan. Kabichandra Swami. Well, as for myself, I had many interchanges, or so many times I communicate with Mother Parvati, especially when it comes to the program, Bhagavad-Gita class, or the Samadhi, Srila Prabhupada Samadhi. She would always remind me to tell everyone, just like before, we used to put flowers. So she reminded me during the morning announcements that no one should pick this because these are already offered for Srila Prabhupada. And she will always remind me, especially Kartik time, which is the best time to raise funds for Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi Mandir. And few times also, while I was giving Bhagavad-Gita class, she will kind of like correct me or add something more. Because it's like, for example, many devotees, whenever they come to Vrindavan, they will ask us, Maharaj, is there any service I can do? I like to do some service. And then I will reply, you just chant more Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, join our 24 hours Kirtan department, and yes, chant more. But then at the end of the class, she corrected me. She says, no, when you have time, you preach. Because he's always in this preaching mood, like a spiritual warrior, always there, try to spread the holy name and the teachings from the Bhagavad-Gita. So yes, whenever you have time, you are just visiting. There are thousands of pilgrims who come here. You can spend some time with them. So she has a better outlook of how to engage everyone in Krishna consciousness. And I remember one time, I gave class, the Bhagavad-Gita, and I told the story of the gopis ready to give the dust from their feet so that Krishna's headache will be alleviated. And she told me after the class, you know what? I become inspired from what you said. I'm going to go to an operation. The way I see Mataji, she's very, very special. For me, I have just some kind of like a relationship with her in service that I see her like a chutney. You know what is a chutney? Yeah. A chutney means sweet and spicy. She's very sweet actually. But many devotees kind of like hesitant, not so much to interact with her. But for me, we have wonderful exchanges. And I relish that. I look at her like my own mother. I'm ready to always be chastised for my own betterment. And that is somehow how I see Mataji. Definitely we will miss her a lot. Actually, on that day, I was going for a japa walk. When she left her body the night, I met Kamala. I asked her how's Mother Parvati, and going up and down. Yeah, I planned to visit her today, but somehow it slipped me. I was not able to see her before leaving. She left her body. But last time I spoke with her was on the phone. She was asking me to give class, but I was about to leave for South Africa. So definitely, we have so many devotees here in Vrindavan who's doing service for Srila Prabhupada and the deities, that they're so special that it's like without them, it's like Vrindavan is not complete. Many have passed away, many are still around, and that makes Vrindavan complete. Anyone who's doing service here in Vrindavan is so special to Srila Prabhupada. We will never forget those devotees. And even while still they are here, alive, what to say of those who already left their bodies, we keep on remembering them. But those who are still here and doing special service, unique service for Srila Prabhupada, we will never forget them. They're already famous now, and they'll become more famous when they leave us. And Mother Parvati is one of them. So we're very fortunate to have such very wonderful, kind, loving, compassionate, always in the preaching mood like Mother Parvati. Mother Parvati ki! That was my offering. Now, I'd like to read the offering from our dear President, His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu. My dear Mother Parvati, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today I am remembering you and your dedication to serving Srila Prabhupada, especially in his Samadhi Mandir, arranging all the Bhagavad-Gita classes, memories from senior devotees, all for the pleasure of his divine grace and the devotees. When you would call me on the phone, I would answer the phone and you would comment, "Oh, thank you for answering my call." You would remark that it is so hard to get someone to answer. Yeah, whenever Mataji will call me, I'll call her back and she will say the same thing. Thank you for calling back. Unlike some devotees, they don't care. They don't care to call back or they don't care to answer the call. You are one of the early pioneers and Although you have an outward strong nature, your heart was very soft and determined to keep Srila Prabhupada's high standards. You are one of the early pioneers, and you have dedicated your entire life and energy to serving Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission under the guidance of Srila Prabhupada. Things around here will not be the same without your presence. I pray that you are happy serving Srila Prabhupada. Say a few good words for all of us here that you left behind. We will carry on following in your footsteps to glorify Srila Prabhupada and keep the highest standard for this glorious devotional service. Forgive me for any offenses that I have caused you in our service. You are my big sister and are always ready to give me good advice and direction. Feeling separation from you, we will remember you and your service for Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir. Your servant Panchagoda Das. So I'm going to read also from the better half, right? His better half, sorry. Huh? Yes. First Lady. From Gaura Purnima Mataji. My dear Mother Parvati, please accept my loving obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. You have enlightened, generous, past, present, and future with your children's Krishna book. My sons and now grandsons are so appreciative. You kept the spark of child protection alive at Krishna Balaram Mandir for decades. Your determination and conviction has inspired me. I pray in some way to follow in your footsteps in regards to protecting our children. I love that you never chastise me for addressing you as Parvati Ma or just Ma. You always just smile at me. With that smile, I will miss. Thank you, Ma, for always accepting me as a devotee and friend. May you always remember me kindly. Forgive me for my offenses and bless me. Your servant, Gaura Purnima Mataji. So now, where's my schedule here? Yes. The next ones that I will be calling will be the family members or immediate family members. And then it will be followed by Srila Prabhupada's disciples. First one is Narendra Agarwal. He's not here. Shriman Vinit Narayan Prabhu. I just want to make a comment. I made a video while we were doing the last rites for Mataji in Yamuna. And it had, the last time I had a look on it, it was like 50,000 views. I never posted 50,000 views in the Bhagavad-Gita.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshe Tarane Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advait Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Vancha kalpatarubhya kripa sindhu evcha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namah. Actually, we are celebrating the life of Mother Parvati. It's an eternal journey. She was here on this planet for a particular mission which she served so sincerely towards her Guru and to the institution which was so dear to her. I am here in two capacities. One, of course, as ISKCON devotee, and the other as member of the extended family of Sri Narendra Agarwal ji. My association to Parvati Mataji dates back to 1997, when we both were building our bhajan kutis. We were building in Sheetal Chaya and she was building here, and our common architect and contractor was Achyuta Das Prabhu. So she would often come to my site to discuss logistics, or I will go to her site to discuss logistics. So that's how our association began. Subsequently, when our nephew Avadhesh fell for Kamla, and Narendra and I have a special relationship. Narendra's cousin and my sister are married to two real brothers in Agra. So we are like cousins. So Narendra was very upset that we, being the Vaishya community and very prestigious Agrawal family of Vrindavan, how will we accommodate a girl whose mother is American and father is South Indian? What values will she bring? How will she adjust to our local culture? But let me share with you, all glories to Mother Parvati, that Kamala proved to be a gem. She not only adopted the family values, but she became a darling of the whole family, not just the family, but entire Vrindavan community in Mathura. She's the leader of her age group. She leads all the girls of her age. So she's been a wonderful person, and this is a reflection of what her mother taught her. As many devotees mentioned earlier, she was a strict disciplinarian and also a very soft-hearted person. Finally, I would like to say that you're all very sincere devotees, much more qualified than me. We are all trying to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission and this holy Braj Dham. Dying in Vrindavan is not an ordinary thing. When Adi Guru Shankaracharya, whom we call as Mayavadi Sannyasi, was coming towards north, his practice was that the earth will be dug. Then it will be, stirred like this in a filter. Then the water will be sprinkled. Then the asana will be spread for him. As he was approaching Brajabhumi, he asked his disciples not to dig earth. Only sweep it and sprinkle some water and put asana. Came closer and said, don't do anything, just sprinkle some water. He came closer. He said, don't put even asana. I will walk barefoot in Braj Dham. His disciples were shocked. Acharya Pad, this is your very strict principle. What are you doing? He said, don't you know what is the importance of Braj Dham? Even demigods, hanker to come and live here. This is so pious land, and now I'm going to enter Braj Dham. I don't want any paraphernalia. I just want to surrender to it. One Devarishi Naradji was traveling in the celestial world, and he saw little Krishna at the Kamala, what do you call chaukhut of the door? We call chaukhut in Hindi. The frame, see, as per Vedic Vastu Shastra principle, we don't make three sides of the door frame. It has to be four sides, like South Indians would know. We always make four sides. It's called chaukhut. So the bottom part of the chaukhut, in traditional homes you will see, is always an elevated wooden log. And little Krishna crawling, he was not able to cross that. So his two hands were hanging front and legs were hanging the back, and tummy was on the chaukhut. So Narad Muni saw this and said, my God, Param Brahma Krishna is hanging at the chaukhut of Nanda Baba, helplessly crying for help. I will not leave Braj ever. I will reside in Braj. Braj is not an ordinary place. It is the melted form of Radha Krishna's pure love. And believe me, if anybody takes a vow to live in Braj, to serve Braj, Radharani in her Nikunj Leela, ask Krishna, how is my devotee doing? Has he eaten something or not? Is he being looked after? And you know what Krishna says to Radharani? You don't worry, your devotee is being looked after very well. If you want him or her to see the Nikunja Leela, I can immediately call him or her up. So that is the significance of living and dying Vrindavan. And by dying, leaving her body in Vrindavan, Mataji has proved the level of her devotion, how exalted devotee. I visited her in Naipi hospital. She had a mask on. Kamala asked that if she recognizes me. She instantly recognized, smiled, but she was constantly chanting. I think we are all very fortunate to have had whatever level of association with her. Her memories will continue with us for a long time to inspire us, to guide us, and to follow the path she has shown. Hare Krishna.
As we all know, that Parvati Mataji is a very big fighter, and she always shall Srila Prabhupada. I got married in 2004 with Kamala. In 2006, she was very sick. She was almost dead. She had fluid in her brain, and doctor said that we cannot operate. Her body is too weak, and it's impossible to do the brain surgery. So she has to fly to America. There is a process in America that they can put a machine in her brain, and the fluid become a powder and grow throughout the urine. But we did not got the non-objection certificate from the doctors so she can fly to America. 1 week she was almost dead. She was not eating anything. She was not breathing properly. Prasannatma Prabhu was in America. And my son, Anirudh, he was 6 months in Kamala's stomach. She was pregnant. We was all so worried, and then Prasannatma Prabhu called from America that please take her to America to Apollo Hospital and do the surgery. And finally, in Krishna's mercy, after 12 hours of surgery, she came back. And now we can see she served another 14 years to Srila Prabhupada. You can see how strong she is for her service. I feel so blessed that I got married to Kamala. She is a photostat copy of our mother Parvati. Now she started doing service and every Friday in Samadhi of Kirtan. So I just want to thank you everyone who supported her, who loved her, and all the blessings for her. And I pray to Mother Radharani and Krishna Balram to keep her in the lotus feet. Thank you so much.
Mithu is part of our family. She worked with Mataji for 13 years. Those who know her and complete dedication to Parvati, like she would serve her mother. If anybody knows Parvati, I can bet nobody can stay more than 13 minutes. And Mithu served Mataji sincerely until the last day for 13 years, very sincerely, like she would serve the deities. So I'm going to give back to Mithu, and I thank very, very much of all this great service she did for Mataji, which none of us could do what she did for us. Thank you again.
মাতাজি খুব ভালোবাসতো আমাকে। মাতাজি খুব ভালোবাসতো, কোনোদিন যে কাজের লোক কোনোদিন মানে নেই, ফ্যামিলি মেম্বারই সবসময় মানতো। कुछ हमारा यदि कुछ बीमार हो जाते तो माताजी मुंह देखे बुझी जाते जो मिठू बीमार है, आपने खुद हाथ से दवाई खिलाती मुझे भी। जैसे राधिका कमला दीदी करती है ऐसे माताजी मुझे भी करती थी। कभी माताजी कभी या करे नहीं माताजी। जैसे कमला राधिका दीदी ऐसे मुझे भी प्यार करती थी माताजी। हाँ, कोई भक्त लोग आ जाती माताजी, सब लोग को बोलते हमारे फैमिली मेंबर है मिठू। हाँ हाँ, माताजी खूब ভালোবাসতো আমাদেরকে। माताजी कोई दिल्ली गए ऑपरेशन कर, माताजी खूब मुझे मिठू याद करती थी। हाँ, क्या बोल, माताजी खूब ভালো ছিল আমার। माताजी दूसरा जगह जाती तो मिठू याद करती थी। माताजी खूब ভালো ছিল, আমাদের খুব ভালোবাসতো মাতাজি। माताजी बुझो जाते जब खिदा लगी तो माताजी बे गरम समय हमेशा बेल जूस हमारे लगी बनाए रखी तो फ्रिज पे। हाँ सब, हाँ हमेशा माताजी हम लोग के लिए बेल जूस या कोई बीमार हो तो माताजी खुद हाथ से मुझे हम लोग के दवाई पिलाती। माताजी को भी बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम लोग के ठीक है क्या बोलूँ माता जी खूब ভালোবাসতো চলে গেল শাড়ি দিয়ে আমাদের क्या ঠিক আছে জয় শ্রী কৃষ্ণ
Mutual no need introduction. Mutual with Mataji for the last 25 years serving in Vrindavan. And he is her chariot driver. Every Kartik, every Ekadasi, every Damodar month, he would take her to Radha Damodar Mother and they would do parikram for every Ekadasi. And until the last day I told him to go home. He would not go home. He would just stay and take care of all the needs. And he not only helped her in Samadhi, he helped her every day. And also, I'm very grateful to all the great service he's done for Mataji and for this temple. And I thank you again.
मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि माताजी ने प्रभुपाद जी का मंदिर का बहुत ही तन मन धन से सेवा किया और उनके जैसा अब इस समय कोई भी नहीं दिख रहा है उन्होंने जो तन मन धन से सेवा की
I only want to say that Mataji served the temple with full dedication and he feels that there is no one else who can serve so well.
मैं इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता बस धन्यवाद
Only want to say this to Radha.
There are so many things to be said that it's hard to compose everything into a succinct, few sound bites and with meaning. I want to speak about Parvati directly, but it's also the family unit is such a strong unit that it is hard to speak of Parvati without speaking about Prasanatma, without speaking about Radhika and Kamala. I met Prasanatma in 1975 here in this glorious temple as it was being opened. So my relationship with him is since 1975. So we are like brothers. We've had so many interactions and helping each other and since then. I met Parvati in 1977 when I came to Bombay and it was like meeting my sister in many ways. First of all, we come from the same background, Eastern European, Jewish family. She grew up in New Jersey. I grew up in Buffalo. The background is very similar. She's from Elmira, New York. Nobody's from Elmira, New York. If anybody knows Elmira, because nobody knows Elmira, I had relatives in Elmira. So we used to go every year to visit our cousins. It's just a very small place. So the fact that she was from Elmira was very unique. And of course, she served in Bombay, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami. She was his secretary. Previous to that, she was in Africa. She was in Bombay for so many years. She was a pillar of Bombay. And then after some time, she moved to Vrindavan and she's become a pillar of Vrindavan. She became a Brijbasi. So I will read just a small paragraph that I wrote on Facebook when I kind of heard the news and I just felt I needed to say something. So this is what I wrote. One might not recognize it at first glance, but this is how a Srila Prabhupada warrior looks. No mustache, no big muscles, just complete dedication with one pointed minded service to her guru and guide. overseeing Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi, arranging Bhagavad-Gita class in Srila Prabhupada's house, writing children's books, and being a mother, serving the Dham one day at a time, year after year. Anyone who had her association knows she was a force of nature. We have lost another really special one. So, there's so many qualities of hers that I appreciate. Here I'm speaking about her dedication to Srila Prabhupada, because she was absolutely dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. She would be convinced in her own mind and heart of any point regarding service, philosophy, and she had no fear to present her point, to present her angle of vision, to present her sense of devotional service, whether it's a guru, sannyasi, new devotee, and she would explain, not emotionally, but logically, intelligently, and devotionally, why she was feeling what she was feeling. And she had the power to change so many people's minds. But sometimes her tongue was very sharp. So this is another quality of hers that I really admire, is she was a human being. She was not, sometimes we get carried away and we forget the humanness, because we all have, our ups and downs. She was raised in a family with a lot of demonstration of affection. So she was not the most demonstrative in her affection. Even with her own daughters, she loved her daughters, but she would be very strict with them, and bordering on harsh sometimes by tongue. But actually, this is a kind of covering and a protection, because inside, when you just peeled away that little layer, she was just the sweetest inside. So people who didn't know her that well may have been a little hesitant to approach, but actually, she was just a gulab jamun inside. And she was a true friend. And being a friend, a real friend, is not a small thing. Not at all. She was the kind of person that you could call on at any time of the day or night, and she would be there to support, to assist, to help in any possible way. So this was my relationship with her. Also, I felt the same to her, that I would be there for her, for her daughters, for the family. In Bombay, she lived in an apartment building, and I had an apartment in the same building. So we were neighbors. So the kind of neighbors that you could ring the doorbell and not ask for a cup of sugar, just take a cup of sugar. So occasionally in the evening, there'd be a knock on my door, and Kamala and Radhika would be there. We had a fight with Mommy. Can we stay with you? Come on in, of course. And then, of course, they'd be returned in the morning. But, devotional service, even sometimes we have some material conception of devotional service, that we like the glory positions, the high positions, the big positions, the glory positions. But actually devotional service is not a question of position. It's nothing to do with material. But anybody that's dedicated to their service, if it's somebody that's cleaning the temple, but thinks in their mind or heart, he or she, that I'm doing this for Krishna, you can make that service, how simple it is, you can make that into your pathway to Golok. Nothing is holding you back. You don't have to be guru. You don't have to be GBC. You don't have to be temple president. She was basically Prabhupada's watchman, janitor, I don't know how you would want to describe it. You know, somebody could take that service of taking care of the Samadhi and think, you know, I'm the head of the maintenance crew. There's no glory in that. But she took that service and made it into, you know, she was already in the spiritual world. She was always totally absorbed in Srila Prabhupada and what would be good for him. Not for maintaining the Samadhi, for the devotion, for the service, for, you know, how to maintain the Samadhi, and not just for today. She was concerned about the future. What will happen in the future if we are not here, if Prabhupada's disciples are not here, if everybody in this room is not here, if it's 3 generations later after we've all gone? Who is going to be there? What if some temple president decides that he needs to do this or that? It means how to ensure that Srila Prabhupada's memory, Srila Prabhupada's service, and that Samadhi and everything goes on, basically eternally. So she tried to create systems. She would think in her mind how to do these things. And sometimes there was conflict with the local management, or it could be anyone. But her vision was long-range vision and a very deep vision. So she was my friend. She was my sister. And I think when we lose people that are close to us, it's almost like losing a piece of yourself. That nobody can take that position. I mean, there is no second Parvati. Just like when we lost Chamuna. There was nobody in this movement more important than her. Male, female, guru, sannyasi. These people are very special personalities. I stayed at her house, next to her room. I spent time with her there, engaging on a personal level, exchanging realizations on our lives, endeavoring in Krishna consciousness. I am very grateful to Krishna to have arranged that opportunity to do so, and which I will always cherish. She was fiercely devoted and committed to Prabhupada and his mission, never wavering from any challenge or obstacle in the execution of her service to her most beloved spiritual master. Hare Krishna Parvati, your conviction and faith are unparalleled, and at last it took you to where you belong eternally, serving Krishna at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Hare Krishna, Vishvadevi Dasi. Yeah. So this is an offering from Anirudh, Parvati's grandson, Kamala's son. Nanny loved me so much. Whenever my mom called her complaining about me, she'd always take my side, no matter how wrong I was. She would tell me to put her medicines in little Ziploc bags whenever I came to her house. And in one of her last days, she was so sick, and she said, "I want pizza." She was always so devoted to Srila Prabhupada. When she came back from Nayati Hospital, she couldn't lean her head. So she made me pick up and lean her laptop in such an angle so she could see the live bhajans. I'll miss you very much.
First, my pranam to all present here, sadhus, gurus, Maharaj, devotees. I met Mataji in 1992 in Bombay first. She was coming from somewhere and I was waiting in the lobby. I saw her first time there. Okay. After that, she came Vrindavan, and fortunately I sold her a property where is her house now. After that, some her kripa, I should say some ashirvad, which I received in a shape of her daughter Kamala. She married to my son Avdesh. Even I cannot think that how she gave a sanskar to her. So she came in a Brajvasi home and changed all the feelings for our thinking, that how she will adjust, how she will live, and how she will be there. But because of her, the climate, the environment of my house changed, and we all love her. This is because of Mataji. She gave so nice sanskar to his daughters, and Kamala gave nice sanskar to their children. So we all are enjoying because of her. I want to say in Hindi something that हजारों आत्माएं इस दुनिया में प्रत्येक दिन जन्म लेती हैं, परंतु ऐसे साधु, ऐसे संत, चाहे वो शी हो चाहे वो ही हो, रेयर, कभी कभी सेवा करने के लिए और भक्ति करने के लिए इस दुनिया में आते हैं, जिनमें से पार्वती माताजी भी एक थीं, जिन्होंने ताउम्र, ता जन्म वृंदावन धाम, श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम मंदिर एवं उनके गुरुदेव श्रीला प्रभुपाद की समाधि की सेवा की. Before leaving body, 4 days before leaving body, she called me and she is, Narendra, there is 2 cushion of the Samadhi is very bad, please change it. She just called me before 4 days of the left the body. So how she was and how she is still in the temple and serving. My pranam to all the ISKCON family. They took care so nicely for her. We are nothing. We can just see and feel. But you all the guys like a family, you serve are so nice. Thanks to all of you. Radhe Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe.
First, there's an offering from Gunarnava Prabhu. Excuse me. About a week before Prabhupada left his body, I was in Srila Prabhupada's room. In a quiet voice, Srila Prabhupada said to the devotees present, "Don't think that you won't have to go through what I am going through now. Parvati Mataji left her body with dignity and respect, focused on the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram. Parvati Mataji's consistency in overseeing and arranging Bhagavad-Gita classes was truly admirable despite her physical condition. I will miss those wonderful conversations about her experiences with Srila Prabhupada. Her dedication to the maintenance of Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi guarantees her place in the spiritual world. All glories to Parvati Devi, Dasi Ki Jai." That was from Gunarnava Prabhu. Now there's an offering from Vishalini Mataji. All glories to you, my dear God sister Parvati. Often I think, what is the real identity of these glorious souls we've been fortunate enough to associate with? The perfection of insurmountable lifetimes, to give all, body, mind, intellect, words, and actions to the service of the spiritual master, then exemplifying how Prabhupada reciprocates, following Srila Prabhupada, leaving this world in the holiest of places, surrounded by love, respect, and the Maha Mantra, the greatest launch pad back to home, back to Godhead. Seeing the photos of your departure, you look transcendently youthful and beautiful. Did I see a gentle smile? What impetus it creates to devotees around the world, and most certainly deep within my heart. Dear Parvati, the qualities of how you chose to live your life, as well as your example leaving, shakes me to spend each breath with much more caution. Humbly I thank you for the footprint you've left in my heart, proof of the critical importance of focusing this life only on the holy names and service to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. Parvati was also, as many of the devotees have described, just like a family member for me. We were like sisters. And we had also had a special relationship. We had a Krishna Balaram relationship. Our Krishna Balaram relationship was that when they would play with their friends, one would be on one side, one team, and the other would be on the other side, another team. And they would fight. So it didn't matter what the issue was, we were always on different teams. So we had a wonderful time together, and we loved each other very much. So having another God sister leave our association, Parvati definitely won this fight. She's gone back, and we're all here still struggling, hoping that we can follow in her footsteps, back to Krishna Balaram, and especially back to Srila Prabhupada. When Parvati became sick like this, and especially on the day that she left, that Mohini Ekadasi, I received the word just before Mangalarti. And I went to Prabhupada's Samadhi, and Prabhupada's Samadhi was just shining. It was brilliant. And I saw every single speck of the Samadhi was so clean and so perfectly maintained by Srimati Parvati Devi. She had a loving team that she kept with her for all these years. She started this service in 1997 when Achyuta left. Achyuta had full faith in her because she was so honest and so strict in all of her dealings. So Achyuta put the Samadhi under her care then. And with the help of Mulchan and Giridhari and Omkara, her faithful assistants there, she's been able to bring this Prabhupada Samadhi up to such a standard that is just brilliant. And I remembered then that two devotees I knew of. One was Mr. Sethi in Bombay, and the other was Guru Kripa here in Vrindavan. They were both struggling so much to build temples for Prabhupada. Mr. Sethi in Bombay and Guru Kripa here. And Prabhupada assured them both, he said the same thing to both of them, that just as you are building here and you're making this place here, so Krishna is also making for you in the spiritual world. So I'm sure, I'm positive that Parvati Mataji is there with Srila Prabhupada with the same enthusiasm, with the same love. She must be taking care of Prabhupada wherever he is and serving him in the same love that she served him here. All glories to Parvati Mataji. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Namo Vishwaraya Krishna Vishwaraya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamani Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharani Nirvasi Shisunyavadi Skati Desatarani. So far we've heard, many very wonderful activities of Parvati, and both some saying she was abrasive, and on the other side very gentle. My relationship with Parvati was based mostly on her service as being the one who arranges the Bhagavad-Gita classes. For the most part, I don't speak to women. It's just my vows that I've taken from Srila Prabhupada. But Parvati would communicate by calling and trying to arrange people to speak. And Maharaj earlier, he had mentioned that, oh yes, because now we have caller ID, and so when Parvati would call, I knew that, the reason she called would be that she wanted someone to give Bhagavad-Gita class. And there were times that, just didn't have, and also Dharmama has the same problem with me with Srimad Bhagavatam class. I'm always asking, but it's not easy to sit in front of a group of devotees and try to propound wisdom and knowledge, knowing that one is, already a very fallen soul. But through this disconnected voice coming over, the phone, if I agreed to give the class, Parvati would always give me the verse, and we would chit-chat because both of us have been going through ongoing medical difficulties and discussing this pain and that pain and this problem and that problem. And during the course of these conversations, she, revealed some of her personal life. Prasanatma Prabhu already talked about many of those points, and I in turn would reveal some of my personal experiences, and it gave us both solace to see the similarities. And she explained that she was, as was per that time, enthusiastic about Eastern philosophies. And we heard how she left her family and traveled across Europe, the Middle East, and eventually wound up in Nepal. And in Nepal, she came across two devotees there, Rishikeshananda and Devananda. So they had both been sannyasis, but had somehow fallen away. But they would hold a program, and this is how Parvati was introduced into the chanting of Hare Krishna. And this was in 1974, and the Mayapur festival, or the Mayapur temple, was not completed. The first building was not completed, but it had been built enough where they held the first Mayapur festival there. So for me, this time was very, interesting. She had told me that she had come to this festival with Rishikeshananda, and Rishikeshananda was friends with Shyamasundar. So at that time, Shyamasundar was Srila Prabhupada's secretary, and he told Shyamasundar that, oh, this girl, she wants to get initiated. And so she knew nothing about ISKCON, absolutely nothing about ISKCON, had never been to a temple, had never seen devotees other than those two fallen sannyasis that she had met in Nepal. And Rishikeshananda convinced Shyamasundar to put Parvati's name on the list of devotees who were going to get initiated on that day. And so, of course, I was there at that festival, and I don't remember Parvati being initiated and other things that were taking place. But it was so nice to see that how she had been drawn all the way to Srila Prabhupada, and she told me that in her lifetime, she says, I never had to work a day in my life. Now we know that is not true, because unlike perhaps the rest of us who have karmi jobs and have to work under the fist of some social entity, she worked every day of her life serving Srila Prabhupada. We've heard that she had gone to Kenya and that she worked very hard in Bombay and here in Vrindavan, taking such diligence to make sure that Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi was maintained properly. And so in this disconnected way, we became friends. So her name, perhaps, I will never forget. And the other Matajis, I'm sorry, I don't know your names. But two days before Parvati left her body, because of also at that time other physical problems, I was at an IT hospital, and Prasanatma allowed me to go into intensive care to visit. And she was very happy. I held her hand. And, I had so many times refused to give class for her. And I told her that if you get better, I'll give Bhagavad-Gita. I will give a Bhagavad-Gita class. And so she says, yes, I'll get better. So anyway, as I said, my relationship was more of a disconnected relationship. But we would always see her puttering around on the back of Mohan's Vespa and going here and going there, and she was always very kind. And when we would see each other, normally I would be sitting somewhere chanting japa, and she would stop, and we would exchange pleasantries, and you could always feel that her business was to serve Prabhupada. So let her be an example for every one of us, that if we can just emulate her dedication to Srila Prabhupada, then our lives will be successful. Hare Krishna. Om Jnana-timirandasya Ganandana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So it's very wonderful to hear the glorification of our dear God sister, associate Parvati Mataji. Hearing the devotees' glorification of such a nice Vaishnavi, one cannot help but be inspired. I remember I would help Parvati Mataji with the Bhagavad-Gita class. Hare Krishna. Hello? So, and then, of course, the Bhagavad-Gita class is there in the library room of Prabhupada's house. And one time I remarked to Parvati Mataji, after some years of giving the Gita class and organizing everything that she did, I said, have you noticed, Parvati Mataji, that this room now, the library room, it has a certain potency because of all the devotees, performing yajna there, glorifying the Supreme Lord. So she remarked also, yes, I've noticed that also. So this is the effect of spiritual practice, that it purifies the atmosphere, or it imbues the atmosphere with Krishna consciousness, with a certain spiritual ecstasy. So Parvati Mataji, she got Bhagavad-Gita class together after it had fallen apart. That was Prabhupada's sandwich. In the morning Bhagavatam, in the evening Gita, and in the day some practical Padasevanam service. So she was dedicated to Srila Prabhupada, as many devotees have said. This body, it is temporary. The soul is eternal. Therefore, those that have understood this, they don't cultivate attachment to material things, to temporary things. Material things are in themselves temporary, and our relationship to them is temporary. Whatever we gain, whatever position we have in this world, as we see, it's all gone in one moment. However, our attachment to the Supreme Lord, that will be our destination. So this is the basic principle of Krishna consciousness, not to become attached to this material world and the material relationships, but to become attached to the Supreme. So how does one become attached to the Supreme? Rupa Goswami's 64 qualities of devotional service, Guru Ashraya, Rupa Goswami says, that
how to become attached to the Supreme, the Transcendental Supreme Lord, His devotees, His pastimes, His name, form, quality and pastime. And that is by taking shelter of the bona fide Guru, Sadhu and Shastra. So, having taken shelter of the Guru, it is a great offense to reject the Guru. There are 4 types of disciple. Guru Sevi is the actual disciple who serves the Guru. There is Guru Tyagi, gives up the Guru. Guru Dhruti becomes the enemy of the Guru, so on. But Parvati, of course, and any genuine devotee takes shelter of the bona fide spiritual master, and under his direction studies the commentaries of the great Mahajans, the sadhus, and studies the Shastra. And in this way we become attached to the name, form, quality and pastimes of Sri Krishna. And that becomes our destination. Because wherever your attachment is, that will be your destination. What's that verse? Ashradha dhana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyamam nivartante mrityu samsaravatmani. That those that are not faithful on the path of devotional service cannot attain me, but return to birth and death in this material world. So the living entities, those in the human form, particularly on Bhumandala, they have a choice. They have 2 paths. They can return to birth and death in the material world, or they can go to Krishna. So Parvati Mataji, she knew and lived that principle, that we sing every day, Yasha Prasada, Bhagavat Prasada. Without the mercy of the Guru, you cannot attain the goal. So Parvati Mataji was faithful to Srila Prabhupada throughout her whole life. We know her wonderful service. I know from a little association, often Parvati Mataji would phone me up and tell me the verse number and give me her thoughts on this and that, which I knew well enough to agree with. So she was a good soul, nice lady, and a great Vaishnavi. And she illustrated that principle of dedication to the mission of the Guru. So the dedication of the mission to the Guru is attachment to Krishna. The bona fide Guru teaches only one thing. Atak Shri Krishna Namadi Na Bhavad Grayam Indriya. The name, form, qualities and pastimes of Krishna are beyond the material sphere, beyond the material senses. So by the grace of Guru, Krishna will give realization of transcendence to the sincere devotee of his Guru, bona fide Guru. So it's very purifying to hear the devotees glorify Srila Parvati Mataji, and it is also very sobering because we should take advantage of these periods to understand, yes, this material body is temporary, but we are eternal. So intelligence means that we want to attain that atmosphere which corresponds with our nature. We'll never be happy in this temporary material world. It is impossible because it is alien. However, if we follow the example of devotees like Parvati Mataji, then we can attain eternal life. So, Hridayam, in the Bhagavatam, Krishna says, saints are my heart. Only I am in the heart of the saint. They know no one but me, and I know no one but them. This is what Krishna says. So this shows that Krishna, he's a very loving father to his devotees. So, we can be very sure that now, under the guidance of Sri Krishna, that Parvati Mataji, she is now continuing her service to Srila Prabhupada. So service to Guru is not just one lifetime, then we go to the spiritual world. But we should consider that I am the eternal servant of our Guru. So all of us, we're all under the shelter of Srila Prabhupada, whether by Diksha and Shiksha or by Shiksha. So let us all take shelter of the instructions of Srila Prabhupada and make them our life and soul. Ekeha Kurunandana. Vishwanath Chakravarti, he explains that Ekeha Kurunandana in the Gita, that those on this path are one-pointed. Well, he explains in his commentary that that means that the devotee takes the order of Guru as his life and soul. We all have to have a standard by which we live, so the order of the bona fide Guru. So by the grace of Srila Prabhupada, he has made the Shastra, he has made the commentaries of the Acharyas, and he has made himself available eternally through his books. So we would do well to take advantage and be sober in our understanding, and in this sobriety dedicate ourselves to the order of Srila Prabhupada. That will be our success, as was the success of Sri Parvati Devi Dasi. So, all glories to Srila Parvati Mataji. Haribol! Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
I'm representing Dinabandhu. My dear Parvati Devi Dasi, I have known you always as a faithful daughter of our dear Srila Prabhupada. I was very happy that you came to Vrindavan, not to retire, but to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, especially taking care of the maintenance of his most holy Samadhi Mandir. Maintenance is always the hardest part of any project, but you wholeheartedly took up this divine service and carried it out with great care. You also maintained for years Srila Prabhupada's evening Bhagavad-Gita class very diligently. You were always very intelligent, and when Tamal Krishna Goswami told you that better for you in a woman's body to try to present your ideas through a man, I was always very happy to play that part a few times for you. I know that Srila Prabhupada has taken you by the hand to lead you to the lotus feet of our eternal Lord. Please put in a good word for those of us remaining on this side. Dinabandhu Das. I don't know if Parvati always took that suggestion. I think she did a pretty good job of representing herself. There was no holding her back. Hare Krishna.
Well, it seems as if no one was from Elmira, New York, except me and Parvati. It means I lived in a town about 30 miles away. Used to go to Elmira to shop, so I know the streets where she was and where she was born. And it's in nowhere, America, but somehow we received the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Okay. This offering is actually for her daughters. For Kamala, for Radhika, and all the ladies. O valiant warrior for the mission of Lord Chaitanya Parvati, you who defied all the conditioning of your material life's training and dared to break free from society, friendship, and love once you first heard from Srila Prabhupada. Aghast, your family watched as you set your ship a-sail in a totally new and heroic direction in order to immediately and fully embrace Krishna consciousness. It was as if you never had a question or needed to look back. Painstakingly and heroically, you took every instruction to heart and carefully followed wherever the instructions of Guru and Paramatma led you. To the super austere and purifying shores of far-off Africa, where hardly any devotees dared to go, you began your tireless service and always did the needful in every situation. You heard where Prabhupada needed you, and you came running with full abandonment and always gave 110% of yourself to every service assigned to you. Your sincerity and astounding qualifications were rewarded as Srila Prabhupada entrusted you with finer and more responsible services of gravity and impact for the Hare Krishna movement. You were entrusted to write Krishna book for all of Krishna's children of all ages, so the pastimes of our Lord would be easily readable and become all attractive to our hearts. And you produced books of the highest quality and attractiveness, and you continue to hone and improve these books throughout your life. Parents, children, adults, people of all ages read and love Krishna's pastimes. Thanks to you. Again, Srila Prabhupada entrusted you to become a glorious builder and designer of his beloved office, the temple in Bombay. And you swiftly and deftly filled this service and assisted the leaders of this project in perfect and endless ways, sometimes as secretary, sometimes as a designer, sometimes as a boss, but always with bravery, honesty, and forthrightness. Whatever you believed was the essence of each service, you were able and capable of accomplishing the needful at every step, with all the passion of a soul completely sold to the lotus feet of your spiritual master. You gave your every breath, your heart, and your consciousness to fulfilling your assignment to the very best of your capabilities, and many capabilities you had. And then came a very intense and personal, fully committed assignment as your sincere and trustworthy life partner, Prasanatma Prabhu, and you were given two very precious souls to protect and nurture and love and train to be Vaishnavis. You again fearlessly and painstakingly raised two sacred and talented daughters, beautiful, sincere, charming, and talented. Both Radhika and Kamala arrived and thrived and blessed the devotee community with their intelligence and presence as they grew up in Bombay, Dallas, and finally nestled safely in the sacred Dham of Vrindavan. Does anyone remember your previous name? No one does. You are always Parvati Devi Dasi. Some would quake as they saw you coming to accomplish your goal, great or small. Thank you, Parvati. Thank you, Parvati, your lovely rendition of Krishna's pastimes. Thank you, Parvati, for your two powerful, loving, and capable Vaishnavi daughters who have become strong and loving and capable wives, mothers, and devotees for Srila Prabhupada's mission of spreading Krishna consciousness. Thank you, Parvati, for fine and capable grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren to come. Thank you, Parvati, for keeping Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi so carefully for its standard of cleanliness and helping to make it a powerful place of worship for so many within the Krishna Balarama sacred complex. Thank you, Parvati, for encouraging so many and extending your hands to assist so many devotees, particularly younger devotees, along their paths back to Godhead. Thank you, Parvati, for helping to give the Vaishnavis a place in our temple to take darshan during Mangal Arati. Thank you, Parvati, for organizing daily Bhagavad-Gita classes and establishing this facility to study these sacred texts. Thank you, Parvati, for establishing the very adept and beautiful women's kirtan party in the Samadhi, as they have learned their instruments and bhav of the songs and kirtan in the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition to spread the chanting of Krishna's name. Thank you, for Parvati, for walking among us and giving us your final gift. How to die. A brave and fully conscious death. You survived two major physical calamities and fought hard to live as long as you could, understanding Srila Prabhupada's instructions on this matter. Fighting to live, and while living, spreading the glories of Krishna's name and fame until your very last committed and fully surrendered breath. Thank you for attending to so many details that make our movement a better place for spreading Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna.
This is from our God sister, Anada Devi Dasi, long-term friend and God sister of Parvati. Dear Parvati Prabhu, hard as a thunderbolt and as soft as a rose, Srila Prabhupada's servant, with beauty you grow. It's hard to say how much we will all miss you. You are so much a part of us through your service to Srila Prabhupada's mission. Perfect disciple, God sister, wife, mother, friend, manager, secretary, you name it, and dear Parvati Prabhu, you fit the bill. O Parvati, powerhouse Prabhu, how kind is Srila Prabhupada to have given us the association of devotees such as you. I can only smash my head against the stones of separation. Now you are in the ranks of Srila Prabhupada's graduates. But that does not pacify one's grief. The only way is to follow in your footsteps. You serve Srila Prabhupada with devotion, determination, precision to truth and detail. May we vow to maintain and develop your mood of service to Srila Prabhupada, his beloved lords Krishna Balaram, and Vrindavan Dham with all their unlimited devotees. You sacrificed everything following Srila Prabhupada to rescue the miserable living entities. You did it with fearlessness and your special flavor of transcendental passion. From Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi Seva to the steady program of classes and Srila Prabhupada Katha in his rooms, you have raised a beautiful family with Prasanatma Prabhu, Radhika, Kamala as exemplary as their own young children. You befriended everyone like a Brijabasi and internationally engaging them with Srila Prabhupada's warmth and philosophy. Perfect disciple, perfect life. You showed us that Srila Prabhupada is eternally living in Samadhi. I pray you live in the same way in our hearts, encouraging us onwards on the straight and narrow to the perfection of devotional service. Your grateful, unworthy God sister, and hopefully your friend, Anada Devi Dasi.
Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya Patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I remember Mother Parvati with extreme fondness because of the fact that love is actually the glue that holds us together. And Mother Parvati and I had a deep, deep love for one another. And it started back when she first came to Bombay. She came to Bombay like a bulldozer out of New York City. And she came into a town she was making a lot of enemies. And so her and I, we sat down and we had a brother and sister talk for a long time. And then from that point on, we became extremely close. And she reciprocated throughout our whole life by offering me similar protection. Some years after being in Bombay, I went to Africa, and Mother Parvati came to Africa, to Mombasa. And in the temple in Mombasa, we were all brahmacharis there. And she was the only lady in the temple. And she became the mother of all the brahmacharis. And she protected us all. As a matter of fact, it was a very strong protection. Sometimes we used to go out doing our service, and we would be afraid to come back to the temple. Because we knew we'd have to be sharp. She would do things like make sure that our hair was cut, that we were shaved, that our dhotis were properly worn. And she would cook for us all, take care of our medical needs, and make sure that we acted like brahmacharis. And she was a mother, but she would make sure that we were brahmacharis. So we had to clean up ourselves in the morning, put our sleeping gear away. She would come around and chastise devotees individually. So we appreciated her because she made us better. And she was very, very bold. For instance, I remember an occasion when the leader of our yatra came to the city, and he was strongly preaching to us. And Mother Parvati, she said to him, "You can't talk to them that way." You know? He was a big, big devotee. And then he became like a little baby. And then we all looked at her and we said, yes, yes, that's our mother there, yeah, yeah. So she protected the devotees because she loved the devotees, because she loved Prabhupada. And I was just meditating on how many of us come and will go, and some of us will be remembered for a week, and maybe a year, 5 years. But Prabhupada will be remembered for many, 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 many years. And those devotees who have done a tremendous amount of service to Prabhupada will also be remembered. And for many, many years after all of us have gone, there'll be many people coming here who won't know us, but they'll know the Samadhi. And they'll be connected to the service that Mother Parvati has given Prabhupada at the Samadhi here. Mother Parvati ki.
So a few of our God sisters are not in Vrindavan right now, so they emailed their offerings for their dear God sister Parvati Prabhu. So this one is from Kusha. All glories to the droll wit and wisdom of the angel-throated Kirtaniya Parvati, who also cracked the whip of her perfectionist expectation over the heads of those she loved the most. She was a powerful devotee who served Srila Prabhupada to her dying breath. She maintained a valiant roster of profound devotees giving Bhagavad-Gita class, arranged the annual Gita Jayanti, and ferociously maintained Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi Mandir. She had a generous spirit, a heart of gold, and the sincerity of Ravi, rising every day to shine her bright, hot light onto our worlds of bhakti. She scorched us with her purity. We will miss her with all our hearts. She was a grand dame. She could dish out the sauce and take it too. I will always love her. Even in disagreement, she will be loved and missed.
Vanjakalpatruyebhyascha kripa sindhu Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnave namo namaha. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Guru and Gauranga, all glories to Mother Parvati, and all glories to my respected devotees. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very pleased and proud to be here today because I don't know personally Mother Parvati, but I got to know her well through our Kurmarupa Prabhuji of Care for Cows. I used to see this lady coming on a motorbike driven by Mulchan every other day, and she will spend some quality time with the cows. Later, she will spend longer time talking to Kurmarupa Prabhuji, and I could see that they were in some serious discussions, but there was a mutual respect between Prabhuji and Mata. And one day Prabhuji introduced me to Mother Parvati and told her about her qualities. I only know the qualities of Mother Parvati through Kurmarupa Prabhuji, who was, I think, very close to her. They used to spend a lot of time talking, and he told me that she's a very caring person, very dedicated, and a great supporter of Care for Cows. But Keshi, don't get on the wrong side of her. You wish the earth opens up. This is exactly what Prabhuji told me. I said, what do you mean, Prabhuji? She can be very nice. If she likes you, she will go to any extent to help you. But if you do something that is not to the liking of her, that is basically Prabhupada's teachings or his whatever he has given us, don't do it. Don't even think about it because she will smash you. I said thank you, and I was very careful with her. And I noticed that she and Kamala Mataji and the grandchildren, they never missed our Govardhan Puja, our Gopashtami festivals. And at the end of the day, I could see that she was giving an envelope to Prabhuji. Now, I would like to share one incident that happened last year. We were preparing for Prabhuji's third year celebration. And as usual, I consult her. I ask her, what shall I do? And she tells me. And I sleep early at 7 o'clock in the evening because I get up early. And I get a phone call late in the night. Hare Krishna, and I knew it was Mother Parvati. I answered. How is the preparations going on? And I explained to her this, what we are doing, what we have done. And before she said Hare Krishna, I hang up the phone. I could make sure the feast is great. And it gave me thought. After she hung up the phone, I couldn't sleep. I was wondering, what did she mean? It's not in my hands, it is in the hands of the cook. Next morning, I went to the cook. I said, and our food is normally catered from Food for Life. I spoke to the chief cook. I said, hey Baba, please make sure the feast is great because this particular mother has asked for it. The day came, she was there, and after the function, she walked towards me. And the smile spoke 1,000 words. You don't even have to ask what she wanted to say. Her smile was so sweet, so beautiful. She came and said, she didn't thank me, but she said, thank the cook for the great feast. And the word she used was, Kurmarupa will be pleased. Then I got the message that what she meant when she said, make sure the feast is great, she wanted to please her very close friend, Kurmarupa. She wanted to make sure that his function gets a great feast. Everybody appreciates him, not me or anybody else. That was the character that I saw in her. And I wish the family all the strength. I pray to our cows that the Lord gives them the strength to continue in the Lord's services, because I do my final round every day in the Samadhi. I'm there before 4:30 doing my round, and now I know the Samadhi is so much attached to Mother Parvati. All glories to Mother Parvati. Thank you very much.
Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyacha patitanam pavanabhyo vaishnavabhyo namo namaha. So, the only way to be able to come close to glorify Mother Parvati will be to thank her for all the inspiration and all the good example that she gave me through all these years that I was able to serve her. For those who didn't know very much about Mother Parvati's health, she really defied the laws of nature. Yes. In all my years of medical practice, I never saw someone who had such a bad back. Her spine was really messed up. It was really a miracle that she was even able to walk. And many doctors say that. She endured a lot of pain regularly, and I was honored to meet her and be able to do a little bit of service reducing that pain. Like Prabhuji kindly said, I saw her 3 times a week minimum, and she is one of the reasons, because I am also here in Vrindavan. I am very indebted to her, as well as my family. She was such a kind personality, although many persons could see her external aspect as a tough lady. She was really very soft, very kind, very loving. She always took care of the ladies in the kirtan or the samadhi. She was always making sure that they will get their milk. If any of the ladies needed any medicine, or she will make sure that they will get it. She was always aware, and there is even a devotee that her condition due to her disease is not easily understood, and she always took care of her. She always helped her, even making sure that in her room she had AC and be able to help her into her seva. For me, it's just inconceivable honor to be able to meet her, to meet her family. They gave me the opportunity of serving her till the last moment. And although she apparently, materially, externally suffered too much pain in her body, you could see that she was really never bothered by that. She always was meditating on how to serve Srila Prabhupada till the last second. She always was thinking how to improve the service for the Samadhi, thinking always how to fix the platform, how to make sure that the chakra is shiny enough. And many devotees have mentioned all this wonderful service, as well as in her condition, even when hardly she could stand, she always was calling people to make sure that they will be in time for class, or arranging everything for the Gita Jayanti. And to me, that shows how transcendental she was. I was always trying to find a proper word, this is one of the devotees, the new generations of saintly people that Prabhupada has given to the world and will be remembered for a long time. And the greatest legacy that she has left is her service to Srila Prabhupada, her instructions, her example. When she was in the last moments, Mother Mahadevi told her to give up because Srila Prabhupada was waiting for her, and she gave a big laugh. She was so happy to hear that. Remember that? So I only can ask for her blessings to be able to have that Guru Nishta in this life or many more. And for me, she's been a great teacher, a person that showed with her example how the bodily impediments can be overcome by chanting Hare Krishna. She was always chanting, always remembering, always making sure that the service for the Samadhi and for the devotees too will go on. I just offer my obeisances to her and ask her to please give me the strength to be able to keep going serving the devotees as she is doing and she did in this wonderful place, Vrindavan Dham. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Jai Jai Nitai Gauranga Krishna Balaram Radhe Shyam Lita Vishaka and Jai Srimati Parvati Devi Ki Jai. Parvati was my dear friend. We lived next door to each other for a long time, and we spent a lot of time together. And I feel very fortunate. She was a lady with a dream. She had a dream, and she was determined. Nobody can be more determined than Parvati. I pray to have such determination to reach my goal. Anyway, as Prabhu said, she always wanted to improve things. And she had this dream for the museum. And she kept thinking about it. And one day she come over to me and she said, Prabhupada spoke to me in a dream and told me what to do with the museum. And then she explained it, and it was beautiful. She said it needs to be just a museum. She said if we put these dioramas downstairs like this and upstairs, she said, and put book tables on the outsides, that people will have to buy books because they'll be so impressed by the accomplishments that they see of Srila Prabhupada. She said, I have to do this. That was about 3 years ago. And oh, how she tried. Anyway, I mention it because maybe someday somebody will be able to make her dream come true. we do have the plans, and it would be a wonderful thing. Museums are very important. I know when I saw the museum in LA, it totally made me a devotee. And these dioramas are first class. And more people would buy books after seeing this diorama than just trying to squeeze in and out the door. So I felt it important to mention her dream, because it was her dream, and maybe someday her dream can come true. Thank you very much.
So in continuing with glorifications of our dear Parvati from different god sisters around the world, this one is from Mataji, who was very close with Parvati in the old Bombay days. And many of you might not know that Mataji was a great warrior. And when the Bombay temple was attacked, literally with guns and very big demons, Mataji, with her own body, went in front of Radharasa Bihari and protected them. This is the kind of Vaishnavis that Prabhupada raised. We were not raised to be women. We were raised to be warriors, spiritual warriors. And for this act of selflessness, Prabhupada told Mataji that she would go back to Godhead for protecting Radharasa Bihari with her own body. So this is her offering. To my dear friend, Sister Parvati, who is a very special devotee of Srila Prabhupada. We could set our clocks by her. Bhagavad-Gita on time, serving the Samadhi through thick and thin on time, raising two beautiful daughters, trained in all the arts. And now that her work is finished, here, she is safely under the lotus feet of her spiritual master. When was she not thinking of Srila Prabhupada? As a personal friend to me, I know her to be kind, kinder than most, despite all our dramas. She will be so missed by me. There are so many things still to say. We never know the last time when we shall see someone. But in my illusion, I thought I would be talking scripture, joking about being overfed, overwhelmed and bathed in the mercy of her association forever. Parvati, dearest, you so mercifully let me participate in your daughter's wedding. In other words, you and your family's kindness made me feel loved and respected, and let me enter your amazing family. Right now, I am feeling lost without you, and I just wish I could hear you chastise me for breaking one of the Parvati rules that I used to laugh at. When will we be reunited in Srila Prabhupada's service together? Who knows? Because you are such a strong influence in my life, I know one day I will follow you back home to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. Love, mighty. So this glorification is from Deva Tahiti. She is one of our dear Vrindavan residents. She does service in New Dwarka, Los Angeles also. So this is her offering to her dear friend and god sister Parvati. One time, Parvati and I were in the Samadhi, and we smelled this heavenly fragrance. She said, "Smell my neck. Is it on my neck from the puja?" So I smelled her neck. No. Then she smelled my neck. No. Then it must be a heavenly being who we can't see visiting Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi. This was her opinion. She insisted I smell her neck again, but no, and we started laughing and looking at Srila Prabhupada and knowing at that time a transcendental being was visiting Srila Prabhupada in his Samadhi. This glorification is from our dear God sister Nagapatni Prabhu, who's also a resident of Vrindavan, and she's also doing service in New Dwarka, Los Angeles. The passing of Parvati was announced in New Dwarka after Mangalarti. One younger devotee turned to me and said, "Was she from Vrindavan? She was so nice." I smiled slightly and positively shook my head, but instead I was thinking, I don't think nice is the best adjective to describe Parvati. She was strong, courageous, determined, dedicated, intelligent, steady, and funny. Nice doesn't seem so significant compared to these other qualities, nor is it as important. Parvati got a lot done in a country where that's very hard to do as a foreigner, Mataji. She utilized her strong Jewish roots and American know-how to serve Srila Prabhupada. She was like a warrior, but her desire was to always for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Every time I enter the Krishna Balaram temple, I think of Parvati with gratitude. If she hadn't led the charge to demand the ladies' rights to have darshan in front of Srila Radha Vrindavan Chandra, Sri Sri Radha Shama Sundar during Arti, I may have never become so attached to Vrindavan. The Samadhi was safe in her hands, and the Bhagavad-Gita classes rolled on beautifully. In many temples in the world, the evening classes are a fading event. Parvati was so proactive, scheduling visiting speakers or local senior pundits. She was so on top of it. She listened every night to the class, and if anything sounded off, not in agreement with Srila Prabhupada's books, she didn't hesitate to call up the speaker and tell him all about it. Just recently, Malati presented an apology, a public apology from Parvati Prabhu that was published. I was moved by her sweet words and thought she was such a dedicated follower of Srila Prabhupada. How could anyone take an offense from her? Parvati had written a public letter asking all the devotees around the world to forgive her for any offenses while she was here. I'm sure her dedication to Prabhupada has brought her back to his lotus feet. Vrindavan's Krishna Balaram temple was made better by her presence. This movement was enriched by her dedication, and my life is blessed having known her. Your dear God, sister and servant, Nagapatni Devi Dasi. We'd like to call Mukunda Dat Prabhu, our head pujari, to speak some words.
Gurve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Parvati Mataji ki. So we all assembled here to say a few words about Parvati Mataji, who left this planet 11 days ago and who was very dedicated to serving Srila Prabhupada, as we have here heard from all the devotees, and personally also experienced. She was very strong in her ideas and the way she wanted things to be done. But always for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, for the pleasure of the Lord. So her determination was incredible. Therefore she was able to serve for such a long time and do such a wonderful service in maintaining the Samadhi, the museum, and also the Bhagavad-Gita class, which Prabhupada's idea was that every day we should have Bhagavatam and Bhagavad-Gita class. So Bhagavatam class was always going on without fail, but many times there was no Bhagavad-Gita class in the evening. But then, must be now almost 15 years ago, almost, that she felt, no, we should have Bhagavad-Gita class every day. And she took it upon herself to make sure that every day there was a class, and she was calling the devotees, different devotees, local devotees, and inviting the devotees who were visiting. And so because of her endeavor, so every day we have now Bhagavad-Gita class since many years in the evening. And herself, she was always present during the class till she was physically not able, but then she was listening on the radio. And as we have heard so many times after the class, or even sometimes during the class, she was giving some comment, or if she didn't agree with something, she was expressing that also. And mostly her comments were actually very valid. Of course, sometimes there was some disagreement, even myself. So many times she was wanting to tell me something, but I didn't really agree. And even in the seva, because as she was doing seva in the Samadhi, the maintenance of the Samadhi in the museum, and many times she wanted to tell me what to do inside the Samadhi in the puja, which was not always what I felt had to be done, and sometimes there was some transcendental disagreement. But I was always respecting her and respecting her views, and I was listening, but then sometimes we had some disagreement. And similarly also from her side, if I was not agreeing, she was also accepting it. So we always had a good relationship, but as we have heard, so she was very strong, and as we heard, just like the chutney, sweet and spicy, so that experience we also had. And but she was very motherly. Of course, depends also on the relationship and on the person. So she had her family, her children, and she was taking care of them, and very nicely. And of course, if somebody was not in the inner circle, then the situation was a little different. But basically, she was a wonderful devotee, and especially her, as we have heard also, Guru Nishtha, the determination to serve the spiritual master, which is most important in spiritual life. Without Guru Nishtha, we cannot have Seva Nishtha or Nam Nishtha or Krishna Nishtha. Because by the mercy of the spiritual master only we can make advancement in spiritual life. Yasha prasada bhagavad prasadam yasha prasadam nagadikatopi dam stavam stasa yasastri sandhyam vande guru sri charanarvindam. Therefore those who have received the Brahman initiation, so they will remember the spiritual master at least 3 times a day by chanting the Gayatri. So which is a help to focus for ourselves. But of course in her case, because she was doing seva in the Samadhi, so she was practically all the time thinking of Srila Prabhupada. And that is natural for a devotee who has Guru Nishtha. It's not that only 3 times a day he will remember the spiritual master. But while he is doing puja, while he is doing his seva, he will offer everything to his spiritual master, do everything for his pleasure, thinking what my Guru Maharaj now wants me to do. So that was her mood all the time. Is this pleasing to Prabhupada or not? In whatever she was doing. and then she was expressing her views also. Of course, we may have different opinions how to serve Prabhupada, and then we have to be humble, tolerant, and we have to respect each other's view, although sometimes it may not be the same. Because on the transcendental platform, or even in this world, there are always different opinions may be there. Even in Vrindavan, as Mataji Devi Shakti was saying, two parties are there, Krishna's party and Balaram's party, and there are sometimes transcendental fighting is there. Even on the higher level, which most of our acharyas are belonging to, which is the Gopi Bhav. There are 4 kinds of gopis, Radharani's group and then Chandravali's group. They are vipaksha, opposite. And then those who are neutral and those who are friendly. So even in this world we may have this relationship, different relationships with the devotees. So we don't agree with these devotees, but still we have to respect them, we have to love them. And as for my also experience, she was sometimes very strong and outspoken in her opinion, and even disagreeing many times with the management, with the president, or even with ourselves. And but then we still have to respect each other and love each other. And I think she was still loving all of us, and we were loving her. But some difference of opinion was there many times. But even it is mentioned in the scriptures that these transcendental discussions, they will strengthen the mind. So that is healthy. So because we should be thinking about Krishna, we should be thinking about Krishna Seva, how to better serve Krishna, how to better serve Guru. Even if there is sometimes some disagreement is there. And so her service was really wonderful, how she took care of the museum and raising funds and also the seva in Prabhupada's house and trying to help the Matajis also, as we have heard, protecting the rights of the Matajis. Even sometimes there may be some disagreement, where is the line that we should protect and help, and so how to come forward. And so, but basically we had the greatest respect for her, and similarly I think also she was respecting all of us. And so in Prabhupada's family, with Prabhupada in the center and Krishna in the center, so on this auspicious day of remembering her, and then so we pray also to Prabhupada and Mahaprabhu and Krishna that we can continue serving Prabhupada, Mahaprabhu and Krishna throughout our lives and life after lives. As we say that the relationship with the Spirit Master is eternal, with Krishna we have an eternal relationship with Krishna. So when we are on that platform, the transcendental platform, so then we can appreciate the eternal relationship with Krishna, with the Guru, and even with each other, even though sometimes there may be some difference of opinion. There is no harm there. Even amongst the acharyas, sometimes they have different opinions. But then we have to reconcile. So on this day now, so this morning we had a little ceremony, according to scriptures also, on the 11th day, yagya and worship of Guru Gauranga and Krishna to invoke the blessings on the departed soul and on all of us, so we may continue. And as the speaking will be coming to an end shortly, then there will be prasad at 1 o'clock, a feast when everyone can come together and take prasad. Parvati Mataji ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Hare Krishna.
जय श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय जय वांछकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. I'm not a public speaker. I'm always behind my family, but somehow or other, Parvati, my dear friend, my Mata, my sister, she pushed me to sit here. Encouraged me. She encouraged me that you have to come out from your modes and your house and everything and come glorify wonderful Vaishnava. So it's saying Vaishnavera Kriya Mudra na bhuji. We can never know outwardly who's really Vaishnava. The way Parvati Mataji, she left her body, and the way she left on Ekadashi, she went to Jamuna. That means she's a fired up, powerful, dear most Vaishnavi of Srila Prabhupada. So physically I don't run to her house or she runs to my house, but we have a relationship with her, me and her. Because evening time I have a garland Samadhi, Prabhupada garland, Samadhi garland I make last 20 years by Vaishnava's mercy and Prabhupada mercy. So I'm running, and then many times she is coming out from Samadhi, and we have a nice talk, and she asked me and I asked her how the Samadhi maintenance, something. And then sometime I'm running from my house to here, 5 o'clock, 4:30. She's going to Prabhupada house, Gita class. So it was so wonderful to see her, always trying to serve Prabhupada. And then one time she has an operation and she went to Apollo hospital, nobody knows. And then I find out, she came home. So I went there, and as an Indian lady, if somebody is sick, 20 people are, one person is holding hand, one person is holding this, giving the glass water. And I went to see Parvati Mataji, and she just on a computer telling somebody, hey, Prabhupada, this, I think she was talking to Panchagoda Prabhu. And then I say, Parvati Mata, you have just the operation, and just relax and lay down, and take care of your health. And she said, so like that. And then she started getting up, and she was fixing something on her sari or something. And I say, you are really great, brave. If I have a little headache or something, I say, I tell one girl, please, I have a gas and headache and I cannot make garland. Can you make my garland? So just seeing her, she encouraged me so much. And then this is little one time, then every festival we make the garland, and some or other, I miss Prabhupada lots because I didn't have a chance to very closely associate with him. So whenever I go, and if I have some problem, I just pray to him. And then sometime the devotee, they gave me the Mahaprasadam, and then Govinda Mataji, she many times Prabhupada say, give the garland to Govinda Mataji and give it to me. And I say, you are with me. You are never gone from Vrindavan Samadhi Mandir. You are always there to take care of your kids. So then Govinda Mataji gave garland, and Parvati Mataji was near the hospital. And somehow or other, I have my kids. I have 2 daughters like Parvati has, Gauramani and Gopi Gita, and I have grandkids, and I have my own episode, and I have their episode, and I have my mind and everything. So I come here running, and then Govinda said, the garland is down there, go and get it. And then last few days I'm want to go to see Parvati Mataji. She is home. And I say, how I cannot go see her, At least I can do, she is already nearby here, let me go and see her. And then few days I'm trying, and the same day the garland came. Govinda said, garland, I just cut the garland, and Prabhupada is telling me from the heart, so she needs it. You can have later. Go and take the garland and give it to Parvati Mataji before she was leaving. So I went there, and then I gave the garland to dear our friend and Prabhuji, and then she got the Prabhupada garland. That means it's confirmed. Prabhupada just love her so much. And then thank you, Prabhuji. It's so nice. You came all the way, Krishna and Prabhupada brought you here to serve my dear Parvati Mataji means help her, and Radhika and Kamala, they are like our kids too, and they all got together and they prepare her how to pass her last time, and they send her back to Prabhupada and back to Krishna and Balaram. Jai, all glories to Vaishnava and Prabhupada.
I do not have so much to say as other devotees, since I did not spend that much time in Vrindavan. However, over the years, I came somewhat to be acquainted with Mother Parvati, especially since she was living right next door to Srila Prabhupada Vani Ashram. I noticed that she was a strong-willed, but at the same time a very kind and considerate personality that I came to appreciate whenever I saw her or when she was on the phone asking me to give Bhagavad-Gita class in Srila Prabhupada's house. Just 2 months ago, before I left for the West, I visited her in her home, and she said at the time she was not feeling well, that she had a very serious disease she did not mention in any way. That she had a very serious disease she did not mention in any way. Indeed, I was shocked to hear that she left this world. Mother Parvati was a devotee full of courage and full of grace that served Srila Prabhupada in so many ways, taking care of Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi, organizing classes in Srila Prabhupada's house. Naturally, I am sure there were plenty of other services to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada that I'm not aware of. Now that she left, we mourn the departure of another one of Srila Prabhupada's stalwart devotees, stalwart disciples. She left peacefully, as I was told, and even from the picture that posted on the internet, after leaving the body, her facial expression is that of a person who left in peace with Krishna and the world. May she forever be with Krishna in the spiritual world. Your servant, Pritu Das.
This glorification is from a long-term resident of Mayapur and Vrindavan, our dear Padyavali Devi Dasi. My daughter and I, her daughter is Mahananda. She's running a very successful restaurant that's won many awards in Australia. My daughter Mahananda and I had spent 9 years in Mayapur, after which we returned to Australia. After a while, Parvati wrote to me and asked me to teach her girls. I wrote back and said I was finished with India. A few months later, she called me again and asked me, "When are you coming to Vrindavan? I need you to teach my girls." Anyway, she convinced me that I should be in Vrindavan. So I came back and finally settled down here. That was 23 years ago. And by Parvati's mercy, Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and all the Vaishnavas, I am still here.
My actually life in Krishna consciousness is very much based on my association with Srila Prabhupada disciples. Partially because when I came to Vrindavan that time, there were many Prabhupada disciples, and they actually taught me how to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, how to think in Srila Prabhupada's mood, and how to behave according to Srila Prabhupada's standard. So one of those persons who was my mother and teacher and good friend, I'm very grateful that she extended kindly her friendship to me. And it goes back to 90s, when we used to go for my Guru Maharaj Vyasa Puja in Bombay. Then I met Parvati Mataji first time, and the time we established our relationship, the time it was, she used to always do this homeopathy treatment. So I had some physical problem and we had some exchanges, and everyone was insisting that I should take antibiotics, but I didn't want it. I wanted to have some natural treatment. So she supported me in that way, And since that, I felt like I found one friend who is thinking in the same way. And then next we met when she came to Vrindavan trying to stay here, to look for the place to build her house. So she stayed in our house in Madhuvan colony for 2-3 weeks. And we had some very intimate time and exchange. Mostly we spoke about Srila Prabhupada. She would tell me many stories, how she joined and how that time they were serving. And I was always very impressed with her service, especially in South Africa, in Nairobi, because nobody could survive there. Even Brahmananda Swami at that time, several times he was trying to escape and leave the place, but Prabhupada would always insist on him being there. So Parvati Mataji, I don't know if it's recalled somewhere, but she said that, Prabhupada said that 1 year of service in Nairobi, it was like 3 or even 10 years in any other place, is how difficult it was. And she used to tell all the service she done there, and it was so amazing how she done everything, and the way she did it so gracefully, in such a positive mood. She used to drive a truck by herself to the market. She used to collect the vegetables and fruits, whatever the donors would give. She would go to the donors, collect donation, and then she would bring that back to the temple. And then with that ingredient, she would cook for the deities, and she would cook for devotees, and she would cook for the deities. Must be 7 offerings, including making mangalas, wonderful mangala sweets. And then again, she would serve and clean and cook and go again next day and collect. It's just, amazing service she done. And then, I don't know, devotees didn't mention her perfection in cooking, but I remember her telling that she learned, because first she went to London and she served there, and Yamuna Mataji actually trained her in her behavior, in her standard, and this is actually, she taught me also. She always said that when people look at you, that should always feel like you represent Srila Prabhupada in his movement. So you should always look very neat, clean, nice sari, and this is how she always looked, and always make sure your head is covered. She always, that really went in my heart. She taught that so deeply to me. And every time she would see me not covered, she would be like, and I would know, okay. And so she taught, she's been trained by Yamuna Mataji in London. And that's why it was her deep desire to have Samadhi for Yamuna Mataji. And by her money, by her endeavor, that Samadhi is there, as well as for Brahmananda Maharaj, because she knew his service in Mombasa. That was such a precious service to Srila Prabhupada. She used to say that Prabhupada would send Brahmananda in places where nobody would able to be and do. So by Yamuna Mataji, I think she was taught by making mangala sweets. So she was very good in making sandesh and rasagula and rasamalai especially. So then when she went to Mombasa, she also was making there. And on several occasions, she was sending that sweets to Srila Prabhupada, to Bombay or to wherever he was. But somehow she never had the news that Prabhupada got that sweet. But one time, I think from Mombasa or from there, she sent a sandesh, and Prabhupada got it, and he tasted and he liked it very much. And he wrote her wonderful letter, which I didn't look to recall, perfect way, but there is something like just making mangala sweets and perfecting your service, you can go back to Godhead. So I when I heard that she left body at 11:30, I thought, yeah, just in time to offer mangala sweets for the deities. So, like in that way, she was for me like very wonderful example of presenting Srila Prabhupada teaching in the, as a philosophy through Bhagavad-Gita class and in a life, by all her life. She's been sometimes very harsh and very strong, but why? Because she always wanted to make point that this is the way Srila Prabhupada taught, this is the way Srila Prabhupada wanted, and like this, many times I would consult her. What do you think Srila Prabhupada would do in this case? Like, do you know Prabhupada said something about this? Like at one point, that Bhuvaneshwar Prabhu was saying that we should not make night garlands for the deities. At one point, there was opportunity to do that, and then I asked her. She said, "No." On one occasion in Bombay, Srila Prabhupada said that you can have night garlands, Mangalarati garlands, but make sure that it's very light. In another case is like every time she would come for darshan of the deities, like even last darshan I remember she had in Radhashima Sundar altar Mangalarati, she came and she said, "Why is Radharani has 5 necklaces? 5 necklaces, look at that, heavy necklace." And like, why would Pujari would put 5 necklaces overnight? Like, she was very often in this chastising mood, but for me it was as sweet as her sweet mood. Like, she chastised me on several occasions, and I remember those chastisements, I would never forget them. It's so precious to me because she was really making sure, just like with her daughter, she would really wanted to make sure that you are a good devotee, that you are following in Prabhupada line. So that I don't know how I'm going to live without that, because until the last she called me and she told me there is a tulasi, it's need to pick manjari, can you find someone to come and pick manjari? Like, she was always so Krishna conscious. And then on the last day when we were with her, I was trying to tell her something like, that you are so, and she's trying to tell me that, Govinda, it's very difficult, you better keep quiet until you know what you're going through on the time of death. But she was very conscious, very present, very her own self. So, like this, I feel very secure and sorry, but not sorry even that she gone, because I'm sure that she's with Prabhupada. She always was representing Srila Prabhupada's army. She was one of the soldiers. She had that demeanor of soldier, she was always ready to serve. So I think she still, this is what she's doing, this is her meaning of her life was, and it is what it is. But of course I would really miss her association, who is going to chastise me and who is going to tell me everything she told me, and who is going to be so loving and caring to me. But then also I'm sure that in one point of my life she may help me and give her loving hand to have a lift and go back and serve with her together, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Parvati Mataji. All glories to your service.
This offering is from our dear godbrother Parivita Das Prabhu. They had a friendship for many, many years. I was very saddened to hear that you have left us, but I'm glad for you that the sufferings of your body are gone now. One of the devotees I always liked to see when I came to Vrindavan was you, my dear mother. The first time we came in contact was when you purchased my recordings, and you greatly appreciated my performances also. I appreciated very much how you were willing to go through so many struggles to get Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi the way it looks now. So many things materialized by your desire, and so many things got fixed that were broken or damaged. And just by this service, I am convinced that you have reached your desired destination at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. I hope your successor will have the same enthusiasm and determination to continue that service. And by the way, the successor to manage Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi is Dharmama Prabhu. Oh yeah, Bimal Krishna Prabhu, with everyone else's assistant. Besides your service attitude to Prabhupada, you had a great sense of humor that was very enjoyable. I heard that in the days that women were not allowed to stand in front of the altar of Sri Sri Radha Shyama-Sundar, and that when they were sent away to stand in the back, you refused and even slapped one of the brahmacharis of Ayendra Prabhu's bhajan group, and due to your persistence, women are now allowed to stand in front of Radha Shyama-Sundar. The next time I am fortunate to visit Sri Vrindavan Dham, I will surely miss seeing you and catch up with you, as I did during the beginning of my last visit, when you were bedridden. But fortunately, you were able to get out of the house around Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day. Hare Krishna, your servant and friend, Parivita Das.
Now we'd like to hear, and we'll be hearing from Buddhism in the recording. He's one of the VDB members managing the temple here.
Namo Shivadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamani Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nivasesha Sandhari Prashakti Devasarane. Hare Krishna. I wish to say a few words in glorification of Parvati Devidasi, because she was such a true disciple and servant of Srila Prabhupada. She had given her life to Prabhupada's service. When I think of Parvati, I think of one specific incident. I was giving a class in the AAG, and I can't remember the actual topic I was speaking about, but it came out that we ended up talking about her experience with the goodness in protecting Bhadarasa Vihara in Bombay during the difficult time in the temple. It was really the struggle for the building of the temple against Naya and those goodness. So she had made some sacrifice. She was fighting them or something like that. And there she was, a Western lady. And it was very, very, very difficult. So when that incident came up, I asked her, well, when we're young, we do so many things. And we can do very brave things and very wonderful things, even in the service of Srila Prabhupada. But when we're older, we wouldn't have that type of bravery, perhaps. So I asked Parvati Devidasi if now, when she was so much older, would she do it again? Would she be able to do the same type of sacrifices again that she made for Prabhupada, even risking her physical well-being in her life, and especially in referring to this incident in Juhu, where she protected the deities under Asmihari. So as soon as I asked her that question, would you do it again? In the class, we were sitting in the class with many of the devotees, she just looked at me and said, in a moment I would do it again. So Parvati she was a real fighter, she was a warrior, she was a real Kshatriya lady, she was a princess, and she was Krishna's and Prabhupada's princess and Prabhupada's warrior and Prabhupada's servant. And it was glorious. She was so dedicated to serving Prabhupada. And in a moment, she would do it all again. And it reminds me of something that the Executive Mataji told me that Parvati told her. She told the Mataji there's always something worth fighting for. That was her spirit. And her fight to ensure the sanctity and of Prabhupada Samadhi was well established. And the maintenance of Prabhupada Samadhi that was so much in the forefront of her consciousness, even to the last moments, the last days of the last days. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Hare Krishna, all glories to Parvati Devi Dasi, and surely she has gone to Srila Prabhupada, for that was her deepest desire. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. My name is Mahadevi Dasi. I'm one of Parvati's god sisters and Vrindavan friend for almost 20 years, even a little longer. It was almost maybe 20 days before Parvati left her body. She called me up one day, and the diagnosis had already come in the Delhi hospital previously that she had 4th stage pancreas cancer, which is actually one of the most aggressive and very painful. But ironically, Parvati didn't really suffer that much pain. Even when Gopal Krishna Maharaj came to see her, he asked, "Oh, are you in any pain?" And she seemed quite jolly. In fact, people were really astounded that she had, at that time when Maharaj came to see her, she had already almost left her body again. So the night before she went into Nayati, she called me up and she said, "Mahadevi, I need you to be my hospital buddy again." And so I was thinking of all the stuff I had planned to do, and I said, "Sure, let me just get my suitcase packed up." And so her family took her to the Nayati hospital, and I arrived maybe an hour and a half later. And the family had also very much wanted me to come because I was comfortable with Parvati. You know, she can be really full of fireworks sometimes. And so, so then I arrived in her hospital room, and she gave me this huge smile and said, "Oh, you've arrived." And the family was really happy to see me. And they felt very confident. They told me that they were packing up their things to go home, and they felt very confident leaving Parvati in my care, and of course the care of the hospital as well. So at that time, Parvati was, as I mentioned even on a Facebook post, she was very, very close to death. And even one time almost left us right there in Nayati, like 3 or 4 days later. Then the doctors, they were all there trying to, and they looked at me and they went like this, and I was the only one there at that time with the doctors and nurses, and then they went like this and they said, "No, you should call her family." So because we're losing her. So I called the family. Everyone came within like 5 minutes. You know, Kamala, Avdesh, Narendra, Prasanatma, of course, Radhika, they all came. And so somehow or another, Parvati pulled through it again. So I wrote a little poem that's a little humorous about how many times Krishna gave her more time to do more service, and everyone has their time. And so this is a little, Parvati enjoyed my sense of humor. Both of us had a sense of humor that somehow or another, you know, she would fight with me, but then she would call me up and say, okay, what's going on today? And she liked my humor, so this poem is in that light. 4 times she seemed to look death in the eye. Can't die. I'm not done yet. Krishna arranged each time, more time, Krishna's time. He can make it or take it. I saw 2 times personally. Doctors were like, whoa, who is this little lady? She was dying, yet still living. This petite warrior with the eye that would barely open to see what's going on. Parvati would call me regularly, depending on what was going on. And first of all say, Hari Bol, Spirit Soul. We would both say together, Glories to Srila Prabhupada. And then she would say, thank you for picking up. What's going on? She would ask me who's in town for finding speakers and their phone numbers for Bhagavad-Gita classes or Prabhupada Kathas. You know, she arranged daily Bhagavad-Gita classes for 18 years. Not an easy service. One person says yes, but then something comes up. Sometimes she was arranging even to the night before. Recently in the hospital, I saw her call Adi Keshava Prabhu. She was barely able to speak with an IV tube in her arm. I told her, I'll do it for you, but if you knew Parvati, she had to do it. Adi Keshava, I'm sending you the list of speakers for this week. On another week, she was so grateful when Labangalata, who by the way is our new new devotee who's going to be arranging the Bhagavad Gita classes, our dear Labangalata Prabhu. She called and told her the week was filled up. Parvati lit up like effulgent sunshine with a big smile. We enjoyed discussing a recent class. That's how we originally bonded some 20 years ago. Our attachment to hearing Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita classes every day. I was so impressed how attentively she would like to hear. Don't even try to disturb her during a Bhagavad Gita class. She inspired me, encouraged me to make a dramatic audio of her 4-volume children's Krishna book, just so I could hear Krishna book every day. And ironically, during the 11 days of honoring Parvati Prabhu after her departure, I got to go read Krishna book to her every day for an hour and a half or so. One day she asked me, please, could you edit my Lord Chaitanya's pastimes for children? Continually, in one way or another, she was distributing Krishna's transcendental pastimes that Prabhupada has so kindly given us. Gopal Krishna Maharaj had asked her in the hospital, you must get well. You need to make some more children's books. Now, one of you will have to do. Our friendship over 2 decades revolved around Prabhupada's books, a shared humor, and serving devotees in the Vrindavan community. Every year she would buy hundreds of garlands and numerous boxes of sweets for the Shobha Yatra. And our dear Mulchan would bring for celebrating in front of Prabhupada's Samadhi. She would ask me to gather the women of the Samadhi so the Vaishnavis could offer their garlands together to all 4 palanquins in front of Prabhupada's Samadhi, and each carrying Prabhupada and then our other 3 lords. The Samadhi Kirtan Vaishnavis would sing. She did this service for decades. We will have to continue this tradition. Very important that we continue this tradition of the Shobha Yatra. Each time in the hospitals when we thought she was leaving, some time would go by. Then we would hear her make some sounds, barely whispering, barely opening the eye. What's going on? Krishna giving his Parvati more time. Several years ago, I stayed with her for 3 weeks in a Delhi hospital after her heart operation. Remember that? And before that was the brain operation where she almost left us then. The doctor came in and said, I have one thing to say to you, Parvati. Chill out. But how do you tell Prabhupada's warrior to chill out? Parvati was a fighter, and Prabhupada taught us not to chill out. We take care of our health, but we don't get complacent just because our body is getting older or the symptoms of disease, old age, and death. Of course, there's a balance with that too. Parvati Prabhu served Prabhupada in his mission for 45 years plus in her own unique style on the battlefield of life. Arise and fight, O Arjun, we would say sometimes to each other. Recently, I got the honor again of another 11 days with Prabhupada's dear Parvati in ICU, filled with fireworks with the nurses, Prabhupada's classes every day, and getting to be her menial sevak again. One nurse said, I'm not going in there. A wimp. She was afraid of the eye. So many fireworks with the nurses at that time. We were bathing after our Parvati left us. She came home. She spent that time on Nayati, and the doctor said, there's nothing else that we can do. And it was Krishna's arrangement. We could see how she just went to her home. She was in her room listening to Prabhupada 24/7. Various devotees were coming to give garland and their pranams. And very miraculously, very wonderfully, somehow or another, no one was in the room except for Prabhupada chanting. And she left very peacefully with a smile, a little smile on her face. Just her and Srila Prabhupada. So as we were bathing and dressing Parvati's body after her departure, she departed on Ekadasi. We Vrindavan sisters were making her look beautiful for Krishna, for Prabhupada, assembled devotees, and for Jamuna. Parvati's eyes were closed. Kamala so lovingly put the Maha Tulsi on her mother's eyelids, while her sister Radhika assisted. The 2 daughters have served their mother so attentively, so devotionally, so steadily, as well as Prasanatma Prabhu, serving his wife and godsister for 41 years so nicely, so faithfully. Some of us thought, will her eye slightly open as it has done before? And will she sit up and start telling us what to do? To our surprise, as her body lie on the Vraj under the tamal tree in her backyard, covered in Maha garlands, with birds winging, devotees singing, temple bells ringing, her right eye, we noticed, was slightly opened. Really, if you look at the pictures, you'll see. Still, we could feel her saying, what's going on? Prabhupada and Krishna always have a divine plan. In their own time, in their own way. They took their Parvati when no one was looking. I told her in her ear sometime before she was leaving, see, Prabhupada's extending his lotus hand to you. He wants to take you across. He's got another big project for you. Jai Parvati. please put in a good word for all of us. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Shri Gauda Bhaktivinoda, Jai Parvati Devi Dasi, Prabhu Maharani Ki Jai. So our first glorification this evening will be given by His Holiness Lokanath Swami.
Remember and glorify Srimati Parvati Devi Mataji. Hari Hari. So, Parvati Mataji, I also heard and understood from Madhusevita Prabhu that Madhusevita and Parvati had joined Hare Krishna movement in Kathmandu in 1973. And later on, she was there in Delhi when Prabhupada had installed Radha Parthasarthi. And then at some point, she moved to Bombay and also got married to my god brother Prasanatma Prabhu. And then we were all grew up. We were just children and spiritual children of Srila Prabhupada. And we were children, just immature in Bombay, and Prasanatma Parvati. So we were together, spent many years serving and associating and growing in Srila Prabhupada's Hare Krishna land, serving their lordships Radha Rasbihari and Srila Prabhupada. We had left home, leaving few brothers, and I left one sister behind. But as we had joined Srila Prabhupada's family, then were blessed with so many brothers and sisters. So I'm happy Srila Prabhupada gave me Parvati Mataji like a sister, a glorious sister. I'm proud of her. A few years ago, I interviewed her while I was working on a book. The Bombay is my office. And one of the outstanding thing that she mentioned was that during 77, well, Srila Prabhupada was in Bombay, not well. He had come from Bhakti-Vedanta Manor and come to Bombay, and he was sick. And then he moved on to Vrindavan, and while he was getting ready to leave for Vrindavan, devotees asked Tamal Krishna Maharaj, said, Prabhupada, if you leave and devotees come to know that you are going to Vrindavan, they would all like to follow you to Vrindavan. Then Prabhupada had said, yes, let them come. I have no objection. So many of us had come over to Vrindavan But Parvati Mataji could not manage to come. She had a lot of services to cover, and so she stayed behind. So she was, during the interview, said this, and she was lamenting as she was not able to be with Prabhupada in Vrindavan. And eventually Prabhupada departed, and she wasn't there either. And she considered this as most disappointing thing in her life, that she couldn't be with Srila Prabhupada while he was in Vrindavan during his last days, and she wasn't there when he departed. But then we all know how she got, after Srila Prabhupada had entered Samadhi, Parvati Mataji, I think she was chosen or selected to render lifetime service to Prabhupada's Samadhi, that is, service to Prabhupada. So she was not able to be there in Vrindavan during his last days, but she was compensated with all the service, all these years that she was able to render serving Prabhupada's Samadhi. And I was thinking, and she was serving Prabhupada's Samadhi on behalf of all Prabhupada's disciples and grand disciples also. And the way, the kind of dedication that she served Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi, I think Narasimhananda Prabhu said, there were lots of glorification that went on and on in our leadership conference as Parvati, the news reached all of us that Parvati had left, and devotees were remembering and glorifying her to their heart's content, and there are lots of posts about the memories and glories of Parvati. So, who was it? I said, Narasimhananda said, she lived the life of, quote unquote, work now, Samadhi later. She was very dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and his Samadhi Mandir, and absorbed in maintaining it, another leader said. She wanted to ensure Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi she wanted to ensure that Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi was given priority, and that all the funds donated to for the purpose of Samadhi should be exclusively used for service of Samadhi. She worked on this. This was her meditation. I also know that the building just across from Prabhupada Samadhi, which is part of Samadhi, but then temple started using that as a gift shop, distributing paraphernalia and books and this and that. And I know she was not very happy. She had several talks with me about that, because she wanted that place also be exclusively used as part of Samadhi, in service of Samadhi. Another leader had said, "Wonderful example for all the devotees." She always served enthusiastically. Another leader said, "Great soul, terrible loss." Another leader wrote, "I remember her as a very devoted and kind Vaishnavi." Another leader wrote, "She could often give Vrindavan management a headache, but for transcendental reasons." Another comment was, "Parvati was fearless." Yeah, we know. She also was taking care of scheduling Bhagavad-Gita classes in Srila Prabhupada's room. And I'm happy that she also engaged me in giving classes, Bhagavad-Gita classes, as well as she engaged me in services of Samadhi in the form of financial contributions, etc. I think we should all be thanking Parvati Mataji for serving Prabhupada Samadhi, that the great service she rendered, and she would be remembered for her dedicated service of Prabhupada Samadhi. Yeah, another devotee wrote that she must have now reached Prabhupada's lotus feet and would continue to serve Srila Prabhupada eternally, in eternal Samadhi. And we also know that she was a writer and produced various children books, Krishna books, that enlightened thousands of children all over the world. Gopal Krishna Maharaj remembered and wrote that he had visited her in the hospital, I think maybe a couple of weeks prior to her departure, and that Maharaj was surprised to see her, although she was in the hospital, not well, etc. But she was in very enthusiastic and jolly mood, he said, and I think so. That's Parvati. She was always enthusiastic and jolly. Hari Hari. So, and the way she departed on Ekadasi day or Ekadasi night, departed peacefully. Our Prasanatma Prabhu was talking to me on the phone, and he was very, very happy the way she departed. she was by herself, and only thing, or only one around her was Srila Prabhupada singing. Of course, Prabhupada was not physically present, but Srila Prabhupada was present in his sound, transcendental sound. So while she was listening to Prabhupada, she departed. So her whole life is and activities, services are glorious. The way she departed is also glorious. So we greatly miss her. I know next time I come to Vrindavan, I will realize her absence, or she would be upset by her or conspicuously present by not being there. So Hari. So it's a loss and a reason to lament that we lost her. She left us behind, but also as a occasion for great joy that as we are confident that she has gone to Krishna Balaram, or she has gone to certainly to continue to serve Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. So Hari. So Parvati Mataji ki jai. My obeisances, and I'm sure by now she has her own transcendental eternal form. I offer my obeisances unto her or his soul's lotus feet by saying Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubheva cha Patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo or Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Balaram ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Parvati Mataji ki jai.
Nitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Giriraj Swami Ti Namini Vanchakalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhyeva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. So, I met Mother Parvati. Actually, I didn't meet her, it was an accident. We were chanting outside the temple, and she came up to us and said, what are you doing here? So I said, chanting. So she said, why outside? So I said, we're not allowed inside the temple. So she said, what? She says, anyway, tomorrow morning you'll be in the temple room chanting. And I heard that throughout the day that day, she worked so hard. She went to the authorities, and of course the warrior was on her job. And next morning we were in the temple chanting around Tulsi Devi. So, and I heard that here also in Vrindavan, that we heard this morning also that she spoke to the authorities, and also Srila Prabhupada had said that the ladies should have a place in front of the deities, and at least they could stand in front of Shri Shri Radhesham. So that was my interaction with Mother Parvati, and I, of course, I echo all the sentiments that everybody expressed this morning about her loyalty to Srila Prabhupada, her Guru Nishtha, her determination, her enthusiasm, and as someone just, Lokanath Maharaj mentioned, she was jolly, a devotee is always jolly, so. And the other thing also is, one day I was listening to either the radio, I was in the temple, And she said that, there's a Samadhi here, and so much preaching could be done. Why is somebody not preaching on the top? She says, there's so much facility for preaching. And after that, they arrange for, as it is today now, with the devotees standing there and encouraging those who visit to come up, chant one round of Hare Krishna. And nowadays I hear even that those who are chanting there, and also those who chant in the temple, there's a little room and there's preaching done there also, that the numbers are increasing. And to come to Vrindavan and chant one round of Hare Krishna, that's the beginning of their spiritual life. So it's like mammoth preaching. It sounds little, but like His Holiness Janardhan Maharaj said, that when he was speaking, she had said that she added something. She said, no, not only what you said, but when they have some time, they should also preach. There's so many people coming here, and you just look at someone. When I was very, very sick, I saw a whole group of people, and remembering what she said, I saw a young devotee, so I told him, excuse me, Prabhu, I said, look at these people, they are so enthusiastic, they're sitting here, but they just talking sweet nothing. Can you please preach to them, because I don't have the energy actually. I'm, on my way home, I just came for darshan. And then he started speaking to them, and they were so enlivened, and I was just thinking, it's so important to associate with devotees and to actually hear, because we have to be reminded again and again, and she reminded us again that actually we have to preach, and that's what Srila Prabhupada, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, that Yare dekhe tare kaho Krishna upadesh, that whoever you see, you just tell them about Krishna. That is preaching. So it was simple, but actually very, very deep. So I don't have... Of course, she also, Radhika, she taught, Kunti Devi taught you all also, right, in Bombay. So there are some pastimes, but I'd like everybody else to have a chance to speak. But Mother Parvati always saw the opportunity how she can engage souls, and also in taking care of her children. Like we heard this morning, she told Mother Padyavali that when I come into Vrindavan, my children need a teacher. So just like that in Bombay, Radhika and Kamala was still small that time. But another god sister of mine had just come from Vrindavan. She had taken care of Mother Achuvigraha Devi Dasi. And she had just come, so there was not really any service. So immediately she engaged her in taking care of her children, teaching them, because Kunti Devi was quite good with children. And I think you all had fun with her, Radhika. She was very... So I'd like to also pray to Mother Parvati that she gives me one drop, or bestows one drop of her mercy on me, that I can also follow in her footsteps and do whatever little I can do and preach, like she said, even if it's to one person every day, because that was her mood, and if I can follow one thing, then I'd consider it my great fortune. Jai, Her Grace Mother Parvati Devi Dasi ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Gaur.
So our next speaker will be Parvati's dear godbrother Arjun Das. My dear Parvati, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to our Divine Master, His Srila Prabhupada. I have just heard a few days ago about your sudden departure to the spiritual abode from His Holiness Ravnath Swami. We were reflecting on your glorious life together. I was most saddened but joyful for you at the same time. Most certainly you have attained the lotus feet of our Srila Prabhupada. I am most certain of this because he was your life and soul. A glorious life and steady service to His Divine Grace, excuse me, to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. And even sometimes in insurmountable conditions, you still served with such dedication and love. I understand that you left in Vrindavan hearing the glorious voice of Srila Prabhupada, a life in which you perfected the art of dying. Just many years of Bhagavad-Gita class service coordinated in Srila Prabhupada's room was in itself enough for you to do, to even attain the spiritual kingdom just by that service. Every night, making sure the Gita class was going on for years and years, and this was no small task. It took total faith, love, and dedication. How pleased Srila Prabhupada must be, and what to speak of Lord Krishna himself. You gave hundreds of devotees the opportunity to speak Bhagavad-Gita as it is in the 18 years that she did this service. For one who speaks his message and or has it arranged that he is being spoken about is most dear to the Lord. Of this there is no doubt, and Lord Krishna speaks this very directly in his glorious Gita. Just one day after your departure, I had the pleasure of seeing your children's Krishna book being distributed right here on the streets of New York City. What a service that was in creating this Krishna's Children book. How hard you worked to get it written, published, and distributed, I remember. And you financed the whole operation. What a glorious service this also is, my dearest Parvati. How pleased our Srila Prabhupada is also of this wonderful service. You were so very loving and generous to many devotees and supported financially many projects there in Braj Dham without ever mentioning to anyone. You desired no attention and no glory. I was always impressed with your one-pointed devotion to Srila Prabhupada, and it manifested itself so very much in your world-famous Srila Prabhupada Samadhi service. You have kept the Samadhi in such amazingly good condition and involved in every tiny detail. You have kept it safe and kept a watchful eye on all its finances especially. This is a service that was done for so many years with love, devotion, honesty, and most of all, integrity. I was always so much inspired by you being on top of every detail and yelling at those that weren't. I always felt that every donation was very safe in your loving hands, and what to speak of all your fundraising efforts, just wonderfully successful. I will miss our many conversations on the streets there in Raman Reti or in your home. Never would I tire of hearing your wonderful realizations and hopes and plans, especially for Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi. What a joy feeling your love. What inspiration I would always feel in hearing you speak so eloquently and devotionally. You are a towering, beautiful, and loving devotee. Vrindavan will never be the same to me without your physical presence. In this way, I am very much lamenting and feeling your separation, even here in New York City. May we meet again in some inconceivable spiritual way. I long for that day, and thinking of this is bringing me some hope and joy. With all my heart and soul, dearest Parvati, O dear sister, Hare Krishna. All glories to your lotus feet. All glories to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, your brotherly servant, Arjun Das. So we have a wonderful glorification from our Vrindavan residents, the daughter of Vrindavaneshwari, Gauramani Dasi, and her husband, her good husband, Param Das. Okay, dear Mother Parvati, please accept my humble obeisances. How old is Gauramani? 40. So she's like second generation Prabhupada's disciples. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine lifetime of dedication and service. I feel so honored and grateful to have been in your association, to know you, and to have had the opportunity to serve with you. Your command, strength, and powerful personality left a legacy of high standards for us to follow. I still remember how often you would call me and encourage me to speak at Srila Prabhupada's house, as you always wanted the next generation to take up the responsibility of preaching and would push us forward, especially us ladies. I remember how goal-oriented and fixed you were in your determination to make everything beyond perfect, and at the same time, you would bring your very cute sense of humor along. I always remember ending my talks with you in laughter. You had a very sweet laugh to lighten the intensity with your kind-hearted souls. I feel so lucky to have two beautiful sisters, Radhika Priya and Kamala, and Uncle Prasanatma. You have left us with your legacy and family, who will carry out your mission throughout their life. You are the pioneer of ISKCON Vrindavan and have left us with your blessings and example for us to learn, grow, and cherish what Srila Prabhupada has given us. Thank you, Mother Parvati, for everything you have taught me. I still remember how everything you did was directly connected to Srila Prabhupada. You held and maintained his Samadhi Mandir as your life and soul. You were always concerned about how to make it first class. Every detail concerned you, from the chandeliers to the pigeons and to the museum paintings. Every part of you was dedicated to serving Srila Prabhupada. The world will miss you. Vrindavan will not be the same without you. We will miss your association, and most of all, I will miss getting a phone call from you asking me to give class on the Bhagavad-Gita and to sing the Bhagavad-Gita verses in the Gita Jayanti. She would always ask Gauramani to sing one of the chapters. Please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet, your children, Param Das and Gauramani. So our next speaker will be Karbanjan Prabhu.
I met Parvati Mataji in Bombay. I was there, then she used to come. I was having service in guest house, and children used to come to the guest house, Radhika and Kamala, and sometimes some guests used to invite them. They used to go there, and I told Mataji, your children, they are going with somebody is not good. Then she says, she's not worried about Radhika, she's worried about Kamala. They are hardly 10, 12 years that time. So still she was worried more about Kamala than Radhika. Then later on, we were having Jagannath deities in the bus. So in the bus Jagannath deity, they thought that Jagannath will transfer to Mira Road. And she was very furious for that one. No, let Jagannath be in the bus. We don't want to give in Mira Road. She told me also, you should protest that we shouldn't give Jagannath to Mira Road. Jagannath we wanted here in the bus. Bus used to travel and bus used to come, and they used to do Mangal Aarti and Juhu and everything. So she was opposing for everything, that we shouldn't allow Jagannath to go to Mira Road. But anyhow, management pacified her that instead of going here and then Jagannath will be in one place, you can go to Mira Road and take darshan and everything. So this Jagannath was then given to Mira Road. And also in Bombay also I was asking questions. So when I was asking questions, sometimes she was very much disappointed. Once I asked Giriraj Maharaj some question. She said, Karbajan, you are directly attacking the person. Mataji, I am not attacking the person, the question I am asking, but I did not mean that to this, I am pointing out to someone. This is just I am asking the question. And she said, you should see what question you should ask, how you should ask. That's correct, but whatever comes in my mind, I just put that questions to the speaker so that I can get the more knowledge and more different answers from different people. Then she said, okay. Then every time I used to ask, every time she used to comment on my questions. Even here also, sometimes I ask questions, she send me message, or sometimes she call me and tell me. So it's very nice that you are asking questions, very good. And then sometime if some speaker is not there, then she will call me. Current speaker is not there. Can you start kirtan? Then I start kirtan. Then I give class. Then she will message, oh, your class was very good. Although I don't prepare anything for this one, I just give class. Then she send me message, your class was very good. Then Prasanatma also tell me in the morning, Prabhuji, Mataji like your class very much. So sometimes this type of association was there, and she was very good with me. Whenever any problems, she used to call me. In welcome center, you change the name of the speaker or do something. So whatever association I was having with her was very good. So I pray to Lord that she will be under a lotus feet. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. So, Parvati Mataji and myself, we used to stand in front of Krishna Balram almost every day for Mangal Arati. And when the flower Arati is over, then she would take her bead bag and go to Radha Shyam Sundar. And then she will tell me, come. Then we used to go. And then she will make sure that I stand in front of her. I said, no, Mataji, you stand. She said, no, I am taller than you, so I can see from behind. She was very humble. Then one time I was making garland. This is like 8 years before. And my husband supposed to give the class, Bhagavad-Gita class. And somehow or other he couldn't make it. He was busy with something. And then she came and she said, come, you give the class. I said, Mataji, I have a service. I'm making garland. She said, no, this is also service. You come and give the class. So one time I gave class here in Bhagavad-Gita. And then after that, every time Vishakha Priya Mataji, who is Giriraj Maharaj disciple, her name is always there, for giving class. And everybody would come and ask me, you are giving class? I said, no, I am Vishakha Devidasi. She is Vishakha Priya. So she was very perfection, she has perfection. She wants to make sure that Bhagavad Gita class will go on. Even if there are few devotees, but still she wants to make sure that Bhagavad Gita will class go on. Then I still remember every year when December marathon, the Gita Jayanti, that day after the program is over, from her house, big one or two bori will come with makhana, and she will distribute, for all the devotees. So, and one time she made makhana with chaat masala, and everybody. So everybody likes that, and everybody was asking her, what did he put it? What did he put it? So that is her special recipe for makhana. Then we went to Nayati hospital, just to see her, and we thought we will be there for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, but half an hour she gave us. She was so happily talking with myself, Govinda Mataji, Paramkarna Mataji, Parikshit, and Narhal. Everybody she was asking each and every detail, and she was very blissfully, happily talking to us. So she was very dedicated, her Prabhupada service and all. And every Shobha Yatra, she will make sure that all ladies come for the Prabhupada Samadhi and do the Aarti. So this time also she sent me message that whoever the ladies, you please tell them that they should be there before 5 p.m. Every time she wants to make sure, even though she was sick. So she was very dedicated to her service. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Jaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti-Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Mother Parvati ki Jai. So I know Mother Parvati since long time because I used to come visit Vrindavan and go But this, like 8 years back, since I'm staying more in Vrindavan, so I become to know more her personality and character. And few times I had some conversation, and I met her. So I tried to gather all these meetings that I had with her. I mean, once I had met her. So I just would like to read my memories for you. It was last year in the beginning of June. I received a mail from Kusha Mataji asking me to go to her house and take back brace for Parvati Mataji. I went there and found the item and called Parvati Mataji asking if it's right time to go and give it to her. She confirmed, and I went upstairs to her room. She was lying on bed as she had very bad back pain since months back. And she tried to sit down, and I gave back brace to her. She asked me to sit down, and she told me that now she feels better and can go for her Purushottam Rat. It was Purushottam Mass. So for the whole Purushottam month, she would go to Radha Damodar temple every day at 10 a.m. with Mulchan on the bike, do the parikrama, take Srila Prabhupada's darshan, and then since she noticed that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's Pushpa Samadhi marble has become black and nobody cared for or maintained it, together with Mulchan they would scrub the marble to take out the blackness out of it. It was very hard work, and they have to do it continuously every day to get the result. I was surprised to hear that with her back pain and health condition, what she was doing. On the other hand, I admired her in my heart for her service attitude towards Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Swami. Also, I realized that she has the same love and affection for Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Swami as she has for Srila Prabhupada. And even with her condition, she tried to serve him in the same loving mood that she serves her Guru. This was very enlivening and inspiring lesson for me. She was not conditioned with her body conditions. Then she asked about my spiritual master Samadhi and his Murti. She was telling that his Murti is not looking similar to him. And I explained her that we have the same feeling, but it's done already and we can't redo it. She suggested that there is one artist and he can do a huge transformation just by little touch on face, and it will give the right impression. Bhakti Sarv Damodar Swami. I found that she is very sharp, deep, caring, and perfectionist. This morning we heard so many sublime qualities of her and the type of the services that she rendered throughout her spiritual life. I would like to add that she was very down-to-earth devotee. She rendered her services without any pride, but with humility and full capacity. She would not hesitate to express her feelings and expressions whenever it was required. To some, maybe she would seem roaring lion like Lord Nrsimhadev, but for others, she was their protector. She had very soft and sweet heart, like a lotus flower. Whenever she would find barriers towards her services, she would not give up, but fight for it and remove all the impediments for the sake of serving Guru and Krishna. A fighter like Arjuna, it is very rare to find such determination and love. I admire her for all the services she did: Samadhi, child protection, supervising Bhagavad-Gita classes, organizing Gita Jayanti, writing Krishna book and Lord Chaitanya's pastime that she published recently, engaging qualified Matajis in Samadhi Kirtan service, protecting Matajis, and finally giving her life and soul for the pleasure of Guru and Krishna. After she was discharged from the hospital, one day I noticed that I had a missed call from her. With that, I returned her call and she picked up the phone. She told me that the thing which she wanted to do is done now and thanked me for returning her call. She had very soft and sweet voice that day, and it was not the voice that I usually would hear on the phone. So I thought maybe I'll just talk to her daughter Radhika. Because I heard that she's in coma, again I called her as I wanted to make sure whom I talked to, and she picked up the phone. Then I asked who is on the line, and she introduced herself and repeated that the work is done. I was both surprised and happy as I was hearing her voice and she is not in coma. Then I thought to call her husband and ask about her health. He told me that she is back home now and got surprised to hear that she was on the phone calling people as doctors advised her not to use the phone. I asked him that I heard she's in coma, and he told me that, no, Mataji, don't hear to all these rumors. If you want to hear something about her, you contact either me or Radhika. Now I feel blessed that I had very short conversation with her and heard her sweet and soft voice prior to her departure to the spiritual world. For me, she was lovely devotee and I loved her. And today, after hearing so many wonderful pastimes of her, my love grew more for her. She is an exemplary devotee and will remain in our heart. We will miss her presence and association. All glories to Her Grace Parvati Mataji. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Guru Parampara. Hare Krishna.
So the next speaker, or the next glorification, is from Parvati's very dear god sister Nari Devi Dasi. Dear Parvati, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Parvati. You gave us so much inspiration in your exceptional service, attitude, and faith to Srila Prabhupada, in Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada's name would be mentioned several times in every conversation with you, no matter what the conversation was about. Parvati, you are so gracious in your service attitude that you arranged for me to store my belongings in your basement so that I would not have to purchase new items for my rented room every 6 months upon returning to the Dham. You were very generous in this way, and I heard I wasn't the only one. Organizing the Gita classes and overseeing Samadhi management is no small task, which you lovingly took on as seva, even though at times causing transcendental headache. You will surely be missed by all of us, but you will live on eternally through your continuing service. Please forgive any offense I may knowingly or unknowingly may have committed, Parvati, to you or to anyone else in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Your servant Nari Devi Dasi. The next glorification is from Parvati's dear god sister Madhurya Leela, who lives in New Ramanreti, which is Alachua. Hare Krishna, dear Parvati. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I met Parvati in 1985 when I stopped in Bombay on my way back to Vrindavan from the west. Gopal Krishna Maharaj arranged for her good husband, Prasanatma, to pick me up at the airport. When he picked up my bags, he asked if I had elephants in them. I had to explain I lived in Vrindavan and was stocking up. I ran into Parvati Prabhu many times over the years on my trips to India. What I remember most about her is her dedication to serving Srila Prabhupada. Just a few months ago, we communicated about setting up a maintenance fund for the Samadhi. She was so concerned that once we were gone, all the Prabhupada disciples at the Samadhi must not be neglected. So she wanted to set up a self-perpetuating fund that would help maintain the services and upkeep of Prabhupada's Samadhi. She was also a strong proponent of women's rights. Basically, she wanted women to be protected, cared for, and respected in our society, as Srila Prabhupada wanted. She also wanted to protect both Srila Prabhupada's sons and daughters' access to him. She was a trooper and did the needful. She was an accomplished writer and has left her legacy for the future generations in the form of the children's Krishna book, and now the children's Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. I had hoped to see her on my next visit, and was shocked to hear she had left us. Shocked? Why, you might think? Every one of us has to leave sooner or later. She was so very fortunate to have dedicated her life to serving Srila Prabhupada. She made the tough decision of moving to Vrindavan from Bombay to spend the remaining years of her life in Krishna's lap, under Radharani's care. When I say it like that, I guess it wasn't such a tough decision. I would like to thank her husband, Prashanatma Prabhu, for making that possible. She perfected her life by leaving her body in Vrindavan to go on to continue her service to His Divine Grace. All glories to Parvati and to Srila Prabhupada. Your servant, Madhurya Leela Devi Dasi. So many devotees had sent in glorifications of Parvati on the internet, so I tried to print out a few of her of our god sisters and brothers. Malati, who we all know, one of our GBC, she wrote something very briefly. May victory prevail for Parvati Devi Dasi, who was so very special to Srila Prabhupada and will eternally serve him. Krishna Rupa, we were bhakteens together in Vrindavan in 1974, serving together before I went to Mayapur. I never saw her after that, but kept track of all her services through God Sisters. May Krishna always be with her and bring her back to him. That must have come right before she left. Stephen Knapp, Nandana Das, he writes many, many books for our society. Mother Parvati was the only person who could order me to give Gita class when I visited Vrindavan. Whenever I go to Vrindavan, I never give class because my purpose is to simply soak up the atmosphere of Vrindavan and basically want to just be very quiet, hear classes from others. But when Parvati came along, she would give me that look and tell me, you must give class. I had no choice, although it was a very wonderful service. So that's the only time I would, regardless of who and how many others would ask me. Vrindavan will never be the same, at least for me, without Parvati. Hare Krishna. Bhagavati Dasi, another god sister in the West, so many years serving in Vrindavan. That for me says it all. Varanasi, Devi Dasi, very old Prabhupada disciple from the 60s. All glories to your service, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to all the devotees serving in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Arundhati, another one of our god sisters, all glories to Srimati Parvati Devi Dasi and her sincere service over decades to our beloved Srila Prabhupada. May she always be at his lotus feet. Atma Shakti, another one of our god sisters, a life well lived, dedicated to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet and his mission. Kodashamani Devi Dasi, another one of our god sisters, so sad to hear of Parvati's passing, yet in some way happy because her suffering has ended, and now she will be with Srila Prabhupada eternally. I will always miss hearing you say, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Surely you are with Srila Prabhupada now. Shamlal Das, Parvati, you are a dedicated follower who will be sorely missed. I remember you in 1981 when you had your two little girls by your side and you were still engaging in service to Prabhupada. Very exemplary mood for all the followers of ISKCON to follow. She set a good standard of service attitude. All glories to you, Parvati. May you excel in your next destination with Srila Prabhupada. One dear friend from Bombay is Varaharupa Devi Dasi. Her quite long, but she told us that we could highlight some areas, and we're going to give this nice file of offerings to the family so they can have it in their home. So this is from Varaharupa, who lives and serves and does a lot of service in Bombay. My dear Prasanatma Prabhu, Radhika, and Kamala, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to Sri Vrindavan Dham. This is a humble attempt to glorify such an exalted, noble soul, who I was very fortunate to call a dear friend. She is like my second spiritual mentor, Siksha Guru, in ISKCON. I first met Mother Parvati in late 1974 in Mombasa, Kenya. The temple president, His Grace Chaitya Guru Prabhu, called our residence and requested if we could accommodate this lady disciple of Srila Prabhupada at our home, since the temple was very small and only brahmacharinis were staying. Parvati would join me in picking flowers, making garlands, and helping me cook for all the devotees at the temple. Especially, she wanted to take care of the brahmacharinis. Then she would encourage us all to listen to Bhagavad-Gita class in the evening. And my brother picked us up from the temple, after my brother would pick us up from the temple and bring us home. So after 2 days, she told me she was getting bored, so she asked me to take her to the vegetable market. We walked there and she would try and speak to the vegetable vendors if they could sponsor some boga for the temple and the devotees, which normally I had to translate in Gujarati. I saw her eagerness and wanting to do any kind of service all the time at the temple. Many times she cleaned the whole kitchen all by herself, or the storeroom, and every afternoon they would make incense on the terrace, all the ingredients coming from Los Angeles spiritual sky, and she was very expert in rolling the incense. After a week, she came from the temple and said she was leaving, and I said, "Well, where are you going?" She said she was going back to Nairobi since it was too quiet here. So I said, "Well, how will you go?" She said, "Well, I'll just take the local bus." And she left. After joining ISKCON, I moved to Vrindavan in 1982 from Canada, and after 2 years, I came to Mumbai in 1984 for my visa extension. At that time, again, I met her at ISKCON Juhu. By then, she was married, but she didn't recognize me. When I introduced myself to her, she was so happy and hugged me, and she said she regretted not meeting my parents while she was there, and thanked them. I was there for only 2 days, and I told her that I also want to move to Vrindavan, serving in the Gurukula. She was very happy to hear that and said I was very qualified to do that service. Later, Mother Aditya was helping me with some services. Our dear Aditya has also left us. When Parvati moved to Vrindavan with her family, she was very strict and straightforward, not manipulative, and whatever was on her mind, she would say it, even if it was some chastisement, even to me, and then she would come back and say she was sorry for being too heavy. She loved my parents very much. Vararupa's mother is Rohini, and her father's name was Vishnu. He left us. Mother Rohini has given many donations to help keep Prabhupada's house in a very nice standard. Every afternoon, She would come to our office and we would have a 1-hour session. I gradually learned, but not as fast as her, and I later gave up. I missed a line, sorry. So sorry. Oh, it was about the Samadhi services. She was trying to collect for the Samadhi, but she gave that up. And she said that that's okay. She preached to my father, and he started giving donations to her every year. And in return, she would gift them with all kinds of Srila Prabhupada paraphernalia. She gave them the golden lotus feet, the print on clay, which is now kept at ISKCON Kargar, at the lotus feet of the Srila Prabhupada Murti. She gave my father and my mother a shawl that Srila Prabhupada had personally worn. She gave bead bags, socks, neck beads, and also Radha Damodar, a portion of Prabhupada's rooms at Radha Damodar when it was renovated. So she actually showered a lot of mercy of Srila Prabhupada upon me and my family. When my father left his body, my mother told her when she came to meet her that do not worry, my father had left instruction with her to continue giving donations for Samadhi maintenance. So that's still going on. Every year I do Braj Mandala Parikrama, and after Braj Mandala Parikrama, I would go to Mother Parvati and take her blessings. She would tell me that she also has a Kartik Vrat, that she does Parikrama of Radha Damodar Temple at 5:00 a.m. She would arrange with Mulchan to take her on his scooty to the temple, to the Radha Damodar Temple, before all the pilgrims would come, so she could do her Parikrama and prayers peacefully and then come back. She has always been our well-wisher, an exemplary Siksha Guru, and a friend that you can always rely upon, at least for me. She used to allow me to serve her by sending all her Ayurvedic products from Mumbai. Even when she was in Udupi, she requested me to send her. I could go on, but I am sure that there are so many devotees waiting to glorify her. I am very much indebted to her for allowing me to serve her in whatever little way I could. I am sure Srila Prabhupada is waiting to take her wherever he is serving, wherever he is, so she can serve him eternally. All glories to Mother Parvati. Please keep blessing us from wherever you are. Thank you. Your ever indebted servant, Viraha Rupa Devi Dasi from Mumbai. So I'd like to ask some of the girls from the Samadhi Kirtan group, who Parvati was also very instrumental in having these girls sing every day in the Samadhi, since they weren't given that service in the temple. And individually, she would hear their problems and take care of personal needs, medical needs, and they're very much grateful to Mother Parvati. So they'll come and they'll say something. We have Damayanti and Radha Pavani and Krishodari.
We did our service under the direction Mataji Parvati. She had the Samadhi department of Srila Prabhupada and our Mataji Kirtan. She always had problems with her body. She had so many operations on different parts of her body, and she was constantly in pain and discomfort. But despite all this, she always had a smile on her lips. No matter what happened, she accepted everything as the grace of Krishna and constantly chanting the holy name. In every situation, she had her bead bag in her hands. She had to repeat japa with her left hand, since the right one did not work. As soon as she felt better, she immediately was came to take darshan of Srila Prabhupada in Samadhi. She dedicated a lot of time and energy to maintaining Samadhi. She was a very open and straightforward woman. She got up to protect and help other devotees. Always tried to support, cheer, inspire. She was happy for others when she saw that they were progressing in Krishna consciousness. She herself was completely immersed in the service of her spiritual master and steadily carried out his instructions. Every day she attended Mangala Arati by using internet facility, as well as Abhishekas and all other temple events. And also every day she very attentively listening to lectures on Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad-Gita on the radio. She was constantly preaching to everyone to whom she spoke. Everything she said was based on the Shastras. She often quoted the words of Srila Prabhupada. Bhajans and lectures of Srila Prabhupada very constantly played in her room. Mataji Parvati was very attached to her spiritual master, and he definitely helped her at the time of her death. Hare Krishna.
And this from our all. One girl, she is very sick now, she couldn't come herself. Dear Mataji Parvati, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to serve you personally or to communicate with you. I was introduced to you only a few months ago, but my gratitude has no limits. Then, when the last hope seemed to die in me, you have mercifully saved my life. I will try to do myself very good, that you will not be upset from me. Thank you again and again. With all my respect, forever grateful, Nikunja Seva Vilastasi. Hare Krishna.
Shrimati Parvati Mataji ki jai. I'm sorry, I don't know how to speak. Mostly I do kirtan.
How many years singing?
Yeah, since from 2008 I start kirtan in Prabhupada Samadhi.
9 years.
Yeah, so thank you for Parvati Mataji, that by her also blessings and mercy I try to do this service somehow. And of course for me is many lessons I will learn all my life, because Mataji's association was special for us, for Kirtanias in Prabhupada Samadhi, and by Parvati Mataji's help and protection we are still there. And we have so much to learn also from Mataji. She showed us perfect, for example, how to dedicate our life, our breath to Srila Prabhupada service. And I'm very happy that Krishna, he gave me opportunity to be near Parvati Mataji, to learn how to become devotee. And thank you for Parvati Mataji, she take care about us as mother. She invited many times our groups, Mataji's Kirtan, to her home, and her husband, he make prasad for us, and we did kirtan, and it was very nice satsanga, and she make us be together with all groups, and that we will feel we are Prabhupada family. Sorry, Hare Krishna. Thank you. Parvati Mataji ki jai.
Every day, what time do you start the ladies' prayer time?
Morning time from 10 to 1 and evening time from 5 to 7. Sometimes somebody can stay more from 7 to 9 daily also.
Every day.
Every day, yeah.
And they have a large group. How many girls in the group? 15. How many? 15.
Total 15, and festival time more people come from different countries, join with us.
Thank you. So next we would like to invite
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti-Vedanta Swamini Kinami. Hare Krishna. I'm not good at speaking loud. First of all, I want to, when my spiritual master, His Holiness Vedvyas Priya Swami, heard about Mother Parvati leaving, he asked me to convey to, especially to Prasanatma and to the family, how much he feels indebted to Mother Parvati. I spoke to Dharmatma and he encouraged me to ask for a contribution, but he didn't send one. So that's as much as I can offer from him. I've been coming to the Bhagavad-Gita class for many years now. I don't know. I didn't start coming when I first came to Vrindavan, but I've been coming for maybe 10 years. And so I've had Mother Parvati's association for that time, and I'm very grateful. I'm very appreciative of her determination to serve Srila Prabhupada, and I pray to her that she can share that determination with all of us so that we can be fixed in service of Srila Prabhupada. As so many devotees have said, she's very kind and she's always ready to help anybody with everything, including health needs and personal needs. And she even taught me how to do some yoga to help my legs when I had trouble with my legs. And she's, I've kind of known for a long time that she was lining me up to take this service from her, but I'm very unqualified for it. But in order to continue her service, I will try and do my best to follow her mood and hope that I can do something, although I don't have the contacts with the number of devotees that she had, because I'm not here all the time to meet people. So I need everybody to help me tell who should be giving class when they should be giving class. And thank you very much, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Mother Parvati.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhuveva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Mother Parvati ki jai. I haven't made or put together a formal offering. There's just been a lot going on in my mind, remembering many things. My first interactions with Mother Parvati were here in Prabhupada's house. I was serving here from 2008 to early 2014, and the daily Bhagavad-Gita class was the time we would meet. And I distinctly remember Mulchan would bring her in on the bike. She would get off right at the gate, go for a quick darshan in the temple, come back, and then she would walk inside, enter the door, and we at that time we didn't have a shoe keeper out there, so we allowed her to keep her shoes behind the door. And then we would come in, and we had a chair right here, just where Mataji is sitting, and it had to be at a particular angle. Lavanga Mataji knows also there had to be the fan, and this cushion, this asan had to be folded and kept in a particular way. And she always said her, she has a neck problem, or she always had some kind of problem. So she had to sit in a particular angle, and that was her spot. And I remember her sitting there every evening. She attended very, very rigidly the Bhagavad-Gita program. And just now, as I was standing here, I was just remembering, even prior to my serving in Prabhupada's house, was the time of when Nrsimha Devi was here. And the whole layout of this room, there's so many memories from this room, was different. Prabhupada was sitting there writing. And then I'm remembering Letter Dadu. He was another old devotee who left, and he was always sitting over there. He attended very religiously the Bhagavad-Gita class, and the first Bhagavad-Gita recitations were held here in Prabhupada's room before moving to the temple. So yeah, those years, every day she was here, coming, attending, and then from early 2014, I then joined the Samadhi department working under her. And that's when I really got daily doses. Phone calls, SMSs, emails, lots of discussions, lots of mercy, intense mercy. But it was just amazing working with her. I joined the department at the time. It was really a really difficult time. The museum area was being taken away from her, and it was all changing there. It was very intense that year, 2014, and she became then very determined to really protect the Samadhi and to have a whole system of taking care of it. And that since then, that has been her meditation in a really strong way. And so yeah, so many details. She was into all kinds of details, from aesthetics to the way things are managed, to the finances, to everything. I was just remembering, just a few months ago, we were waterproofing the dome of the Samadhi. And me being there, I had to be like her eyes, because she wasn't well, she wasn't coming. So everything I had to photograph, send her pictures by email, and then she wasn't good with the computer. She just got a Mac. She had to change from Windows to Mac. That was the whole thing in itself. How to download attachments, we had to speak. I had to tell her, well, do this, try this, try that. And then every detail of the Samadhi, if there's something wrong, send her a picture, and then she couldn't understand, what the picture looked like. She says, well, take it from this angle, take it from that angle. It was constant communication. We were on the dome, right on the top at the Kailash. There were some water leaks. I remember I took photos of the cracks of where the waters were leaking, and she wanted to see everything. And then inside the dome where the water seepage was, we had to take pictures of that. And she wanted to see everything what was going on. And then we had contacted a company which was providing a very specialized kind of chemical treatment for waterproofing. And it wasn't easy dealing with them. I had to communicate with them, call them, and then I was telling her the difficulties. They weren't responding. And then, she would just get on the phone or start writing emails, and they were just responding like that, She had a Shakti to push, to push things. It was amazing. I just remembered Narendra Prabhu mentioned this morning about the cushion. He was saying, and changing the cushion was a whole episode. And recently we would do it twice a year, and she was so particular. We would change a cushion, and she's watching on the web camera. She has a darshan every day, and she calls me, says, listen, it's 2 inches too much this way or that way. I'm like, Mataji, you're watching on a web camera, you can't really see what's going on. Let me take a picture with the phone, I'll send it to you by email. No. It is just heavy, and then there's like 10 brahmacharis in there, gotta lift Prabhupada up, he's really heavy. Just to move it a little bit this way or that way, until it was right. I remember 2 years ago, we had the Prabhupada deity painted, we had his eyes touched up, the eyebrows, the fingernails and everything. And she was watching, she says, no, I can see, this is not correct. Get this changed. Call Ramai Pandit, he was the pujari, he arranged somebody to paint. No, remove the paint. This is not correct. That was, she was powerful. And I'm just so grateful to her for all the training. And it's really been amazing. We'll really miss you a lot. One thing that really struck me, which came up a few days ago, was actually sent to me by Devaki Nandan Prabhu from Mumbai. And this is something she wrote about forgiveness back in September 1st, 2011. And she posted this on harikrishna.com, and I just thought to read it because it's really beautiful actually. And I'll just conclude with this. Forgiveness by Parvati Devi Dasi, September 1st, 2011, Vrindavan Dham. My dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Because of technology, I simply cannot understand. I am very fortunate to be able to offer my Vaishnava pranams to so many devotees at one time. Lazy intelligence at its best. A couple days ago, I was thinking how so many of us older devotees, did I say old, are dropping like flies. And many of us should have thought of asking forgiveness from those we offended in the many years of our service, intentional or unintentional. Right before Srila Prabhupada left, he called in his sister and many of his godbrothers to apologize for what he may have said in the line of preaching, which may have upset them. We know he never offended anyone at all, because he was so careful in the way he did everything, but still, people have a way of taking things another way. So he made a point of doing this. Rupa Goswami hurt one Vaishnava completely unintentionally, yet he went out of his way to rectify the matter. And so I feel obliged to do this before it's too late. Personally, I am known internationally as a heavy person. And whenever I'm in the audience and the subject of the chapter on the wrath of Mother Parvati comes up, the speaker makes a point at directing a remark straight to me, usually in a joking way. But the fact is that for many years, my presence has registered pretty high in the intense range. Now, even though I'm operating at 10 speed, people still give way out of habit. As we have experienced, we never know when our number is up. So before I miss my opportunity, I'm begging any and all of you, if for any reason I have hurt you or screwed up your service in some great or small way that I should know about, kindly inform me so I can personally address the issue and pray for your forgiveness or rectify the matter in some way or the other as best as I can. Better to do it in this way than to have to take birth once more and figure it out all over again. Because many will not read these forums, I request that the people at various temples to post this on their notice boards or their Facebooks, another technology I simply cannot fathom, for some time to give me a chance to reach these devotees. My husband cheerfully tells me that everyone who knows me either loves me or hates me. But no one seems to have no opinion about me. So please help me out here. I hope this meets you all well. Your servant, Parvati Devi Dasi. Parvati Mataji ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Lakshmi Moni owns a flat here in Vrindavan, and she comes quite regularly. And her and Parvati developed a very loving friendship over the decades of their service to Prabhupada. Parvati Devi, what to say? I miss you almost every day, in every way. A powerhouse of dedication, moving forward in each direction. At once it seemed, yet your goal was always steady, for any challenge always ready, to defend what Srila Prabhupada required, protecting his assets, you never tired. Parvati Devi, what can I say? Vrindavan will change 'cause you went away. But for you, it's really a new day in Goloka Vrindavan with Shyam, happily laughing in eternal time. No more worries for birth, death, or disease. Unflinching dedication and expertise. Krishna and Prabhupada could depend on you. Whatever it took you, you were willing to do. Directing your team, even from bed. You always made sure Bhagavad-Gita was read. Oh Parvati Devi, what can I say? You set an example in so many ways, with humility and valor, candid as hell. You served Srila Prabhupada and you served him well. Prabhupada's warrior from Gokul to Goloka. If I knew Sanskrit, I'd write you a shloka to sing of your fervor, tempered with prem. Without you, the ungrazy mandir in Vrindavan won't be the same. Your loving God sister and eternal servant, Lakshmi Moni Devi Dasi. So we have one last offering. It's a poem from Chaitanya Nitai Devi Dasi, my eldest daughter. She sent it to Radhika and Kamala. They've known each other since they were children. My daughter was studying music here in Vrindavan back in 1999 and 2000, and she lived right behind Parvati and Radhika and Kamala, so they got to know each other. So she wrote this basically to Kamala, I think to Kamala and Radhika. Thinking of your Mata, I wrote this poem about her. I hope it brings a good smile to your hearts during this difficult time. I once knew a Mataji who was tougher than steel. She could take down anyone, for her love for the Lord was real. She was like the deputy, the sheriff that rode into town. At dawn, she was working for the big guys who lived in the temple there beyond. She lived in a town where the Braj blew around. The air was dusty, but there was a smell of roses. This wasn't any ordinary cowboy town. The cowboy who lived here lived everywhere in our hearts. All of them were in love, and all were playing their part. And yes, this Mataji was also one of those in love, and she devoted her whole life to that cowboy and what he was made of. Her tasteful sari tucked in tight. She was going to get to her service all right, and no one could get in her way. She was not going to be late for her service, and especially not today. So you see, even when she walked down the lane and everyone moved to the side, even the monkeys respected this Mataji, for she served her guru with pride. She was really like a Hare Krishna cowgirl, the tough one who rode in on horses in the town, just like in those old cowboy movies. Except this Mataji, instead of a gun, had a bead bag in her hand, and a heart so tender, and a heart that was so tender actually, and very sweet. And this Mataji's name is Parvati, and she fought for her spiritual master her entire life and attained his lotus feet. Your daughter, Chaitanya Nitai Devi Dasi.
Sorry, I did not prepare myself to speak, but somehow Parvati Mataji, she induced me today morning time. It's my great regret that I did not know that she is so sick this time, and then she's going actually to leave her body. Because like today, Mahadevi, she mentioned that she cheated death 3 times, and this is really true. Because first time, I heard that some devotee told me, oh, you know, Parvati, she's dying, she cannot recognize anyone, she cannot remember anything, you know, so this devotee from 24 Hours Kirtan, they're going to her house and then chant mantra, so, and I was so struck. I thought, no, I don't believe this. Okay, I will go to Parvati and see myself. It was like around probably 14 years back. So I went to her house, I entered, and then see Parvati, she was sitting in the wheelchair, and then she immediately recognized me. And she said, oh, Tushi. I thought, Parvati, you know, I heard somebody told me that you are going to die. It's true? And then she said, no. I said, no, Parvati, no, you cannot die, you know. And then he was talking, she was very thin, she was very slim, she was very weak, but she was in full consciousness, you know. And then I met her husband, and I told to him, sir, you know, don't tell to devotee to give this like rumor that she is going to die. She's completely okay, and then I'm sure that she'll be recovered. And then after that, that she went to, they arranged to go to the America, and they make the surgery in her brain, and then she came back, and then she was serving so many years. And then last year in October, again, I just came also, we were sitting after Bhagavad-Gita class with some Mataji, and then she told me, you know, there's something happened with me, and then Parvati Mataji, she wanted to help me, but now she's dying. I thought, what are you speaking about? Parvati, she's dying? No. Yes, she's dead. So I immediately ran away and found some Prabhupada disciples, I don't remember who is that. But I thought, look, what's happened with Parvati? Now this girl, she told me some strange things. And then he said, no, you know, she's all right, she's okay. And like a few days back, I met Dinanath Prabhu, and then he told me, did you went to Parvati? And then I waited, so what happened with Parvati Mataji? And then he thought, she's dying. I thought, no, you know, I was thinking, this one more fake, you know. I thought, so many times I would hear about that, but she's all right, you know. And then I went to internet and I checked, and then I have seen this video. It was in her house, and it was last ride to her, and it was the next day after cremation. And I was so shocked, and I was upset, and I just like was crying, and then I was here today, so wonderful glorification in the temple, and at the end I came to this to offer some flower and basins, and I thought, Parvati, you know, how this happened? We together helped too many different devotees, but I could not help to you, I could not do some service to you. Because like my relationship with Parvati, it's mainly was through the helping to devotee. But actually, I got her to know in 2001, we was together in one group on the Bhakti Shastri in VIC. It was first group of only Mataji. And we have wonderful group. It was such a prominent devotee was there. It's Parvati Mataji, Vrindavan Chandra, she was the director of the Gurukul. Yashoda Mataji, now she's like scholar for Bhagavad-Gita, and some other Govinda Mataji. So it's like a few Mataji, so devotee from the Bhaktivedanta Manor from London. And it was such a, and I remember at that time, you know, we become quite close, because every day during 3-4 months we was attended that course. And then she was putting ahead some questions, some comments during the class. And I think after that she started this everyday Bhagavad-Gita class in the Prabhupada Samadhi. And then like Adhikeshwar said, I remember that time, you know, this Srila Prabhupada was here on that big table, and then it was, and she was sitting later on like exactly this. I was sitting, now it's somehow just, I was sitting in the same place where she used to sit on the chair,
and then usually I sit behind of her, and then she always, any speaker, she always gives some comments or questions. So she was really always like absorbed by the Bhagavad-Gita. And then, but I said like my relationship was usually that she used to help the devotee, and sometimes like by different way. And then like somebody told that she was like spicy, she was sometimes sweet, she was sometimes like, and then from my side, she never was very heavy with me, but like one time I remember it was Krishna, this Mataji, Prabhupada disciple, she was very sick, and then she was 1 month in hospice, and I was helping her, and then Parvati Mataji decided to move her to Delhi, to some private hospice, the hospital, and then she called me evening time, late evening, that she said, Tushi, can you go to this to Delhi and stay with her? And actually Thakurani Mataji, we was not so happy that she moved her to that place. And then we tried to tell her that, Parvati Mataji said, no, she wants to go, and then so we came to the Delhi, this private hospital. It was just one house, and this actually, it was very expensive and was not actually used. And then I was asking, who paid for that, And then Thakurani told me, Parvati, she paid 50,000 rupees for, each day was 10,000 rupees. And it was very bad condition, the room, everything was very poor. And then we said, no, it's no use for her to stay there. And we come back, and then we spoke with Parvati Mataji, and then Thakurani, finally, she was agreed, so she took her out of that. And this few times like that, she called to me and she asked, can you go to Apollo Hospital with Samadhi? So always, even I was not well myself, that I could not refuse. And then I see like she took care about everyone. And I remember like about, now we have such beautiful glorification. And then sometimes I'm thinking, when the people in the present still they alive, you don't tell to them, we love you, we just appreciate you, we just to give some appreciation, And after they just going out, just leave out, then we just speak so many nice words about them. It's nice, but I think it's better also to tell to devotee, to appreciate our love, to express our love and appreciation still when they are alive. And this has happened with Brahmananda Prabhu. He used to give Bhagavad class here in this before. And then always it was so wonderful, because whenever he starts speak, and then he chants shloka and poet, and then speak about Srila Prabhupada. And then when he was banned from the temple, he was talking to Parvati Mataji, and then because my devotee was upset, and then she told me, Srila Prabhupada, he loved Brahmananda so much, and once he told in Mumbai, even you see that Brahmananda, she is smoking, you must pay the obeisance to him, And that is many times like she appreciated so many other her good brother, good sister, and then it was so nice. And then I remember, like Mahadevi. I remember Mahadevi. She came to Vrindavan, and Thakurani. So it's not so many devotees who stay full time in Vrindavan, and so we know each other. And then it's like that time was no Department of Devotee Care. When we started to do that, was no hospice like this. Hospice was only rented someplace. But it's so nice because we said, it's like family, right? So whenever happens with somebody, so we try to help to each other. And I think that only by this way, this movement can go on. And then Mataji Parvati, she will do everything that to keep this movement going on, especially to preserve the memory about Srila Prabhupada, and then keep the family mood. And then when I see And I feel very sad when I see that like many devotees, especially Prabhupada disciples, now is going away. They leave us. And the Thakurani, I met today Thakurani, and then I was so happy to see her because long time I did not see. And then she said, "Come and see me." And then I said, "You see, I did not know what's happening with you because you shifted another place." One time I just going to Parvati Mataji, I said, "Where is Thakurani now?" So she told me, okay, this happened with her. So she knows everything, she keeps, a hand on her pulse, and then she knows everything about everybody. So, okay, so I'm so happy that I could do something for Parvati Mataji, and then I beg her to bless me, to do some my small stories which I can do for devotee and for her. Hare Krishna.
So we would like to conclude the glorifications of Parvati now in Prabhupada's library. We thank everybody today, all the devotees who gave such nice glorifications. We learned so much actually about Prabhupada's mood, the different facets of his movement, and how we can learn from the Vaishnavas how to serve Prabhupada and our Guru, our Vrindavan Lords, and the assembled devotees with more heart, with more sincerity, and follow in the footsteps of our dear Parvati Devi Dasi. And we will have to carry on some of the traditions that she started, such as the Shobha Yatra. We'll have to gather at this Samadhi every year and get the garlands together. The Bhagavad-Gita class will go on. Children's books will have to go on. So many things that we can continue on for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. Parvati Devi Dasi Ki Jai.